पार जातो एहो हर को नाम, काम तेन हरे हर गुण गाम, सब ते उत्तम हर की कथा, नाम सुनत दर्द दुख लथा, नाम की महिमा संत हृद वसै, संत प्रताप दुर तो सबो नसै, संत का संगो वड भागी पाइयै, संत की सेवा नाम त्याइयै, नाम तोले कछु अवरो न होए, नानक गुरमुख नाम पावै जन कोय. So that was last week. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull that up and let's just go through that quickly. Here we go. So I know a lot of you guys weren't here. Some of you guys weren't here last week. Some of you had messaged, and I know some of you probably won't be here today as there's a Nagar Kirtan happening in Malton Gurdwara, which I'll probably go to right after this as well. I believe they're leaving around 1 o'clock from Malton, I believe towards Rexdale. So last week we finished Astpadi number 2. Now remember, the importance of Astpadi is lots of importance in Astpadi 2. One of the things about Astpadi 2 is if a sansarik mind, if a sansarik jeev is passing away, that Astpadi 2 should be read at that time for that individual. If a Mahapurush is passing away, I mean, the 21st Astpadi should be read. I mean, all of Sukhmani Sahib should be read if someone's passing away. But if you don't have enough time and you know you're at a hospital or someone's with you and you have an opportunity, read them the second Astpadi that we all went through. As you guys already know now, all the information it entails, helping on the path of after leaving this body, you know, Naam being Atosa, Naam being the Shan, Naam being Naam being the actual support, Naam being the powerful, the Otastani, and Naam being what we went through last week, the Parjat, the Kamtain, just a lot of immense amount of Shakti in terms of what Naam does for you at that time. So this Gurbani should definitely be read at that time. But if a person is passing away and you still have some time, you have about an hour and a half or longer, then yeah, read all the Sukhmani Sahib. But going through some of this, so last week, Par Jate Ho Har Ko Naam. So Par Jat is a tree in the heavens, they say, that fulfills any wishes. But Mara says, Jeda naam ya, har ko naam jeda ya, ehi par jaat ya. We don't need no par jats. Our naam, jeda naam ya, sadde lai Vahe Guru mantra jeda ya, ohi par jaat ya. Kamtain, once again, it's a cow that's believed to be in the heavens that fulfills wishes. First of all, we don't even like hell or heaven doesn't bother a sick mind anyways, right? You know, Raj na chaho mukta na chaho man preet charan kamlare. We're after love, we're not after, it doesn't matter heaven or hell, right? But Kamtain, Hare Hare Gunagam. Even the Kamtain for us is Vaheguru, Vaheguru, the Jede Gona Gonaya. So apne sarir de vich jede gun Vaheguru ji de gone ehi Kamtain. I was singing the praise of Vaheguru ji within inside this body while we're in this sarir that we all have, and we call them by various names that were given to us by parents or whoever raised us. So these bodies that we have, you know, extremely priceless opportunity right now, right? Heere jaisa janam hai, kod bhi badalega. Your janam is like a diamond, right? but you're selling it like a kodi, like you're just giving it away if you're not doing hare hare gunagam, right? This is what we're here to do. Ayo sunan parna ko bani, ये पाड़ी पढ़नु सुननु आए हैं, है ना? So सब ते उत्तम हर की कथा जेड़ी कथा है वाहिगुरु जी दी, singing the praises of Maharaj, understanding the arths of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, sitting in Kirtan, and in letting that Bani, through that emotion, unfold, unravel our hearts, through emotion, through crying, through happiness, through sadness, through joy of it, whatever comes at that time, the unravel of the arts inside you at that time, whatever Maharaj is giving you the opportunity to understand at that time, at that level, the unfolding that goes on, plays out in your hearts, inside your bodies, inside your man at that time. That katha, the katha that you guys are writing out right now. Well, this is what Gurbani means to me at this time, because this is what's going on in my life. This is the meaning. And maybe in 10 years or however long you guys have in this particular body, you know, maybe a few years from now, you can look back and say, okay, this is what I used to think, and now this is affecting me. You know, the thing that used to bother me at that time isn't bothering me now. Might be something else that's bothering you at that time, or maybe it's not bothering you, and now you're just zoned. You're getting more zoned, and maybe, you know, you're a little bit older as well. You've gotten a little bit older. You got a little bit wiser. You've gotten new experiences that you can give different meaning, different context to whatever you went through before as well. So you don't see it as, oh man, why did I go through that? You see it as an opportunity. Wow, I'm glad I went through that. I've learned so much from that opportunity of pain or pleasure or whatever that situation might have been. And the information gained from there is probably extraordinary. So the Katha of Maharaj, Gurbani Ji itself, it is the Katha of Vaheguru Ji. So just listening to Gurbani in that tone and being, maybe you're not even doing dialogue or the explanation or any of that. Maybe you're just absorbed in the tone at that time. You're like, wow, this is beautiful, the way I'm just listening to this right now. Enjoying the pleasures of that Bani at that time, you know, Atma de Chadala. So that is the Uttam, that is the most highest, the greatest, the Sreshta Chij. ਨਾਮ ਸੁਨਤ ਦਰਦ ਦੁੱਖ ਲੱਥਾ ਹੁਣ ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਹਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ we just listen with our ears ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ you know abhyasi goes a little bit deeper they start hearing the japa jap they get into flow states like that and abhyasi goes even deeper people like Pagaji and these guys are probably flowing at these stages Baba Harnam Singh Rampur Khede Wale Sant Baba Jwala Singh Ji you know some of these guys Baba Nand Singh Ji Kalera Baba Sundar Singh Ji, so all these Mahapurushas, you know, they're probably flowing in some sort of prakash, and they're seeing the oneness of the nirgun and the sargun, right? The prakash that's physically manifested in front of them, and that's why there's no hate left in them, you know, there's no anger left in them. They might speak a certain way, but there's nothing in their heart. Their heart's very clean, right? That's why they have no more likha. They could go and they could come as they please into bodies and take birth and or not take birth. It's up to them at that point, right? They do what they want to do. They're like free agents walking, right? They could sign contracts anywhere they want. Right? So it's up to those guys. So it just, I believe this path, it doesn't stop, it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, right? We just keep growing. So Naam Sunata Darda Lukh Latha, however you're listening to Naam right now. Ode dwara jehda darda ta dukh oh le gaya. What's that darda? What's that dukh? Something different for each one of us right now, right? That darda that dukh is totally different from whatever life circumstances we're going through. If we're going through some sort of depressive episode, if we're going through some sort of anxiety, if we're going through, you know, physical pain within our bodies, but even Nam Santa Darda Dukh Latha, putting your concentration in Shabda and that pain easing itself, even physical pain easing itself, right? I mean, research is going into transcendental pretty much month on meditation. transcendental, I forgot how to say it, transcendental, something like that, meditation, which is pretty much mantra meditation, and how it affects um, even physical pain. They're doing it from a non-secular lens, right? You got people like John Kabat-Zinn, who brought in uh, philosophy of practice of meditation into the West. I believe he was a doctor. He used to work with patients that had chronic pain, and so they practice mindfulness and being present. If the mind runs away, bringing it back, or bringing it back to the breath. Whereas when we practice, if the mind runs away, bringing it back to Vaheguru, Vaheguru, the Shabad. And just from their practice, they notice a reduction in the way their patients responded to pain, the tolerance that they had, and they're able to bear so much more of that pain and live with that pain much more easier, right? So Nam Sonat Dard Dukh Latha, the dard and the dukh of the karma that we have sold as well, the dard and the dukh of the vichoda of Akal Purkh between us and our true love, Vaheguru Ji, between our Atma and the Parama Atma, that vichoda, that separation, Nam Sonata, Darda Dokhalatha, the calling out, the longing, Sajan Desh Videsi Ade, Sane Hade Dindi, Hey Mere Sajan Desh Chavasan Vale, Me Videsi Ade, Me Videsh Vasadiya, Sane Hade Dindi, I'm calling on you. When the Nan Parendi, my eyes are filling up, Gon Sarendi, I'm singing your prayers, give Paramila Pyare, how do I meet my love? So then it goes on, and then it talks about the Shabada, and you meet through the Shabada, and that Malap happens through the Shabada. So walking on that path of reconnecting with where we've come from, right? Back to our home of Akal. Naam ki mahima santare davasai. So the praises of Naam reside within a Santa. Here, Santa, we can take this as a state as well, because as we keep on doing Naam Abhyas, that Santaness is starting to waken up inside each and every one of us that does this practice, right? Not saying that any of us are sants, but that mindset starts to awaken. So Naam ki Mahima Santa Redavasa starts residing within the hearts of the practitioners, right? And you keep on that in this life, and in the many lives, if we have to come back and redo and keep going, right? Or we've been already doing it for a continuation of lives, and now we've born into these bodies that whatever our names are now, just keep jumping Nam, that's what we're here for. And so Nam ki Mahima Santare Devasa, that the praises of Nam reside within the heart, and singing it from the heart, singing it from the tongue, singing it from the mind, however you may be able to sing it today, wherever you're sitting these days, right? Santa Pratap Dorato Sabunasa. So Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Di Kirpa Dwara, the biggest sant of them all, because of their Pratap, because of their intense glory, their intense Shakti, Jeda Dorato, all Jede Dortea, they all run away, right? All the Dorta run away, all the sins run away. And this is a gift that Guru Sahib Ji gives us. We follow the path as Sikhi. Well, here it is, right? Maharaj gives us a gift. You japanam, and this is what you get. Your papa will go away. Your papa will diminish, right? They might go away. You still have to deal with your karma. But Gurka Sabda Katta Kod Karma. Guru Sahib Ji Shabda cuts Corona, millions of karma as well, right? How does Maharaj cut him? They could cut him through a dream. They could cut him, maybe my finger gets cut here, Mara Kirpa. So, if it gets cut, maybe my arm was supposed to get cut, but my finger just got cut, right? Whatever it may be. Staying in that mindset of Chardi Kala, staying in that mindset of whatever happens to the benefit, and trying to stay in that Chardi Kalaness, and not being fearful of situations, but actually walking towards situations that do make us fearful if we're scared of certain things. So it's all, the whole cycle is a key, walking forward, right? Walking in Chardi Kalana. Santaka Sango Vadapagi Paikya. So the Sangat of these sants you gain with great fortune. So Sangat comes in many forms as well, right? We might be sitting somewhere where we're not, we can't physically go to Sangat. Maybe we're debilitated, maybe we can't walk, maybe, you know, depression's gotten us down, maybe whatever we're grasped by these days. The Sangat that we get, this is a type of Sangat we're doing right now. The Sangat of Bani, the Sangat of Shabda itself, Vaheguru Mantra, Mool Mantra, Japji Sahib, Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the Sahaj part, the Sangat that we get to that, you know, you get tired of that, or you know, it's too much, you go towards history, start putting your mind towards history, start flowing there, you get tired of that, jump back to Vaheguru Mantra. You get tired of that, jump back to reading Gurbani. Get tired of that, get into translations. Get tired of that, listen to Katha. Get tired of that, listen to Kirtan. Get tired of that, physically try to do what you can. Get out and do physical seva if we can as well, right? But not also not staying in that mindset, trying to get this Santaka Sango, Vadapagi. Let's now, you know, the way Pagaji writes this is with great fortune, let's obtain the Sangata Guru Sahib. So if we are down and if we do have depression or anxiety and we're debilitated and we can't move because of our mindsets that we've been put into, which is a great opportunity on its own to get out and rise. And this way, you know where pain lies. So with great fortune, well, let's step up and let's start walking towards Sangat, right? Let's hit up, maybe let's try to get out and go to the Guru Garden. Maybe let's try to get out and go to some of these places step by step, slowly, you know, try to step outside of the house. Let's try to move. Let's try to get flowing. Let's try to get going. So, Maharaj right? Vadapagi Paiya. So become that Vadapagi because Maharaj is giving you the dat, right? Let's step up and let's go. It's all Maharaj that's giving this dat as well. So Santaki Seva Navodaya. So while you're doing this Seva, while you're doing this physical Seva or whatever type of Seva that Maharaj is giving you, Naal di naal naam te auna bahut zaruri hai, right? So if you're, for example, doing Seva, you know, like no one's there at the Guru Ghar at 3-4 in the morning and you're there and you're just doing Chadu, the Seva and all that, Naal di naal with your jeeb, with your tongue, with your man, ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਮੰਤਰ ਜਪੋ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਠ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਓ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਪਾਠ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਪਾਠ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਓ always be in recitation keeping your mind busy and your physical you know ਹੱਥ ਪਾਉ ਕਰ ਕਾਮ ਸਭ ਚੀਤ ਨਿਰੰਜਨ ਨਾਲ even while you're doing everything with your hands and your feet your chit your chet a place where you remember is still with niranjan still with Akal Purkh right so sant ki seva naam utte aaya naam te aana bahut zaruri hai anything and everything we do, whether that's work, whether that's anything and everywhere you are, it's very important to dhyan naam with it. So I'm just recently I was working with a colleague of mine, and we work in this particular field where you know it's loud and it gets pretty rowdy and. So we were talking and right before an event started he said to me you know what okay okay let's stop talking now and I'm going to go into I'm going to he does a lot of Japji Sahib right like he's always doing Japji Sahib throughout the day right and he does Sukhmani Sahib throughout the day as well so while working while all this loudness is going on and he's trying to capture an event he just zoned in. He's going and he's doing Japji Sahib and he's not talking anymore. And you can see his mouth moving slightly. And throughout the whole evening that we're working, he's just going at it, right? Beautiful lessons. I get to learn beautiful lessons from people like that as well. So Sant ki seva naam te naam te auna bahut zaruri hai. Naam tolle kacho avaro na hoye. Nothing is equal to naam. Nothing at all is equal to naam. You can do and this is something that Guru Sahib Ji is about to expand on today in the third Astpadi. We'll see. Maharaj is going to talk about many things in the third Astpadi in 41 today. It like blows my mind the amount of information Maharaj throws out in the third Astpadi in such a short 10 lines, the amount of information Maharaj puts out there. And it would be really hard to cover. I mean, we'll try to go into somewhat detail, but it's a lot of detailed information today. But yeah, we'll try to get through as much as we can. So naam to leka chwara na hoy, nothing is equal to naam. You know, main janiyo padbo palo. I thought jehde padhe likhe si, the people that are educated, I think they're good. Bhakt Kabir said, main janiyo padbo palo, padbe se pal yog. But even more than the people that are educated, the people that are yogis, the people that practice yoga to meet Vaheguru from that perspective, not just asanas and stretching, but that's one of the limbs of yoga. It's one of the 8, right? Just the postures. There's much more to yoga. So मैं जाने पढ़ो पढ़ो पढ़वे से पल योग भगते ना छाड़ो राम की भावे निंद लोग. But for me was मैं नाम दी भगती नहीं छाड़ता. मैं वाहिगुरु जी दी भगती नहीं छाड़दा. I don't care if people make fun of me, whatever people say, I will not leave bhakti of naam. This is where the essence lies for me. Bhakt Kabir said. So nanak gurmukh naam upave jana koi. So Guru Sahib di kirpa naal, yeah, rare ones do become Gurmukh and they merge with Vaheguru. They obtain Naam, right? Naam Pondeya. This is what we should strive towards and try to obtain. So now, Astpadi number 3. So we have been going at this for how long is it? So I think the first Astpadi was 9 sessions. The second Astpadi we just finished, that was 8 sessions. So almost about 4, a little bit over 4 months. So for those of you that have been here for over 4 months, I personally didn't know how this was going to go either, in the sense of people coming and dropping out and all that kind of stuff, and that was okay, because I know there's so much information here for the individuals that do go through it. It's like you cannot be shaken afterwards, because there's the amount of information in Sukhmani Sahib, the depth of Sukhmani Sahib itself is, oh my God, it's so beautiful. And I'm so glad that you guys have made it to here and hopefully continue, because I believe whoever goes through this information, their hearts cannot be shaken afterwards, because this Bani is just too deep, too beautiful, too much, too information rich, and it's just Ota Satani, you know what I mean? It's just it's extremely powerful, this Bani. This Bani gave me life. I feel like I had an opportunity to stay with Pagaji, and while I was staying with Pagaji, I stayed with him for a couple of years at that time. This was the Bani that we were translating in detail. We got to write this out, and he would just be writing, throw information out. We would look at historical texts and different DK, different translations, and what do these individuals say about this particular line? What do these individuals say? And the amount of information that was, that I had opportunity to stay with these guys and learn. It was immense, and it was extremely deep, and the emotions and the depth that one feels staying around those types of individuals while doing this type of work. It's beautiful, and this whole process reminds me of some of that and the depths that we went to. Obviously, we can't go to those depths, but just we have their writings, and we have the writings of a lot of other Mahapurushas as well that we can sort of combine and put here, and your personal information that you have on what do these lines mean to me, and how you relate it to your own personal lives. This is a beautiful piece to this whole thing, and it brings it back home. It brings it back to such a personal level where you get to write out and have a conversation with Maharaj. And that's this, we talk about therapy. This is a form of therapy, right? This is a strength-based and narrative approach built into a healing lens from Sikhi. Right? So some of the intention behind this was to also make it a therapeutic course. And I don't know, I'm just really enjoying this, and the translation that's happening into multiple other languages while having the opportunity to go through with this and sit with all of you. So let's go through with this. Let's just, if you guys phones are still turned on, please put them on vibration mode or silent mode, or just turn them off. Give yourself the opportunity to be present with your man. Give your man the opportunity to stay present with the shabd, and allow it to zone in and focus and take in all that Guru Sahib Ji is giving you through Gurbani Ji itself. So we're going to zone in a little bit. We're going to try to do mantra. We'll do Vaheguru mantra. I'll say, you guys repeat. You guys can repeat it with your tongue. You guys can repeat it just with your lips. You guys can repeat it in a depth where you're sitting, wherever you may be sitting today. Repeat it from that level. If the mind is not present today, try to bring it back. If it runs away, bring it back. And not with hate, not with judgment, not with, man, this is so hard. None of that. Yeah, just with love. Bring it back, realign it, refocus it. We've been at this, we're learning this new information, this new technology of Simran that the man hasn't practiced for lifetimes, maybe, right? And we're finally getting an opportunity to practice this. So it's going to take time. It's going to take time. And if it's zoning in, that's beautiful. Enjoy that zone in process and that listening process, and let it be. So once again, if it runs away, bring it back with love. I'll say Bani, you guys repeat. Vaheguru. 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 All right, guys, let's open Astpadi number 3 up. Is there anyone that doesn't have Astpadi 3 yet? Anyone that didn't get a link, you can just message me in the chats. Let me try to post it right here. I think I posted a link last time as well. Most of you should have it. We didn't get it. Oh, you guys didn't get it. Okay, hold on one second. So here is Astpadi 3. So you guys can download it from the chats. Did all of you not get it? Because there's 2 of you that message saying, did the rest of you not get it as well? Or did you get it? Okay, you got it. Harnoor got it. Okay, so it's right there. I posted in the chat, so please download that right now and open it up so then you guys can write along with everyone. For those of you that were asking, Astpadi 2 is now uploaded. I'll post that link as well. So part 1 and part 2 are both uploaded. I'll post that link in the chats. All right, so here is a link for Astpadi 2, part 1, and then part 2 can be found on the same page. For those of you that missed last week, you can find it there. All right, let's get going. So Saloko. So Salok means praise, Mahima. So Salok, ਇਹ ਦੋਹਰੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਕਵ ਦਾ ਪਦ ਦਾ ਛੰਦ ਆ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ੰਸਾ ਆ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਆ ਹਨਾ So Salok is a style of poetry close to Adora. This particular slok is filled with praise upon praise of Vaheguru Ji. So go ahead and write that out. Right. Let's move on. Bahut sastar, bahut simriti. Ekhe sarv tandole. Bahut, many. Bahutiyan. Shastras. Shastar. Hinduan de Granthya, Sanatan Mat de Grantha. Baho, once again, many. Bahutiyan. Simriti. Simritiyan. Once again, these are texts from the Hindu faith. Simritiyan. See, there are 27 of them. Pekhe. Pekhe is to see. Dekhe. Saw. Dekhe. Sarv, sare, all. Tandole is searched. Khoj ke. So khoj ke dekhe. ढंढोल के देखे कि बहुत शास्त्र बहुत सिमरती, बहुत शास्त्र ते बहुत सिमरती. I searched them, I looked at them through searching. Once again, this whole party is about Naam. It's going to talk about many things, and then it's going to tell us about Naam, how it relates to these things. So Sache Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Mahalla Panjਵਾਂ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj saying, दासन दास ने बहुतियां सिमरतियां बहुते शास्त्र सारे चंगी तरह खोज विचार के देखे हैं. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, I have searched all the shastras and the simritis. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, I have searched all the shastras and simritis. Pekhe sarv tadole. Puja se nahi hare hare. ठीक है, we're going to move on. Puja se nahi hare hare. Nanak naam amol. Puja se, we'll do two arts for puja se. Puja se is pujde or pujde. So praising, so service, puja se means to do service, but in this context, we're praising. We're going to say the word praising. Or puja se, equal to, pujde, reach. So puja se is reach or equal to, and then puja se second artha we're going to do is service in the sense of pujana, praising. Nahi is no or nahi. Nahi. Hare Hare, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Nanak, you guys already know, Panjim Pasha writes this, all this body. And Naam, you guys know Naam. We'll just write Naam as Naam. Amol, something that is amol is priceless. Amolak. Puja se nahi hare hare, Nanak naam amol. All right. So puja se reach, like in the sense equal to. Puja se service in the sense of praising in this context. Nahi no, Hare Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Hare Hare. Nanak ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਨਾਮ ਅਮੋਲ priceless. So in ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਚਾਰੇ ਵੇਦ ਜਿਹਵ ਭਨੇ 10 ਆਸਟ ਖਾਸਟ ਸ਼ਰਵਨ ਸੁਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੋਲੇ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨਾਮ ਧੁਨੇ. So meaning ਚਾਰੇ ਵੇਦ ਜਿਹਵ ਭਨੇ, with your jiva, with your jiva pane, saying the char Veds. Just can't from your memory, you could say the char Veds. Das asta khasta. So das asta 18 plus khasta, the shesastras, I believe they're talking about here. Sravan sune. So you listen to all these. Nahi tole govinda naam tune. None of these are equal to the ton of Govinda Vaheguru's naam. ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਇਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪੂਰਨ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਮੂਲਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਜਦੇ ਪੂਜਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਭਾਵ ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਕਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਕਟਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਹਉ ਮੈਂ ਮੈਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਕਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਨ ਸਾਧਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਦੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸਕਦਾ। So two arts here are these. They do not equal to the priceless naam. We're talking about the ones that we talked about above, right? So Vaho Sastar, Vaho Simriti, that's what we're talking about. So these things, they do not equal, are not equal to the priceless naam. And then they do not praise naam. Puja se nahi hare hare, Nanak naam amol. And why, how do we say they do not praise Naam? We're going to go through that. This line that you see, we're going to do that, I believe, today. So stuff like that. So they do not equal, are not equal to the priceless Naam, and they do not praise Naam. You know, I mean, things like giving the sun water, doing puja of Ganesh, doing puja of Shakti, you know, depending on what caste you're in, there are different rules for different castes as well. Khatri can only listen. Talk about praising different devis and devtas. All right. Astpadi. So let's go to our first Astpadi. So Ast, once again, a gathering of 8 sections. Padi means Shabd, Atha Paudiyan da ikatha. So gathering of 8 paudiyan. Asat Padi. So Dastoka. Atha Paudiyan de Astpadi ji Tije. So the third Astpadi consisting of 10 Gurbani Ji lines and 8 sections. Asat Padi. This is the third Astpadi. All right, here we go. Jap, tap, gyan, sab dhyan. So if you guys remember, we did some of this already. In fact, I think we might have done all of this in the first two Astpadis at different sections. So jap, mantar jap, repetition, mantar repetition, japana, mantar path, jap. Tap, tap is tapasya, putting a body through rigor, usually done with extreme heat. We've seen an example on one of the videos we watched of what tapa looks like. Can take on various forms, but we saw one example of it, sitting around 5 fires, and the practitioner sitting in the middle, and they're doing tapasya. So putting the body through rigor. Tapasya can be standing on one leg. Tapasya can be putting your head in the ground. Tapasya can be keeping one arm up in the air. It depends, but we saw one example of it. Gyan. Gyan means knowledge. Sabe, sare, all. Dhyan means concentration. So jap, tap, gyan, all the dhyan, sabe dhyan. Sachaho ora sabko upare sacho achar nahi tolle ram naam vichar. Ansar Guru Prema Bhakti Sahit Vaheguru Simran Vyas nu ਕਾਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਾਠਨ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਸਾਮਵੇਦ ਦਾ ਤਤਵਮ ਵੰਸੀ, ਰਿਗਵੇਦ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਗਿਆਨ ਮਾਨੰਦ ब्रह्म, युजुर्वेदा अहं ब्रह्म अस्मि, अथर्वण वेदा अयमात्मा ब्रह्म। हे भाई, जे कोई वेदां दे इन्हां चौहां महावाकां दा दंभी दे किते मंत्र दा जाप करे ते कठन तप करदियां पंज धूणियां दे सेक नाल अपने शरीर नूं तपावे। जागो कौआ मुख चुंच ज्ञान अनुसार निंदा विकार औगण दोष दे त्यागे केवल मुख नाल ही ज्ञान दियां गल्लां ध्यान ते सब धोखे कर लवे। भाव लोकां नूं ठगण लई अखां मीच के बैठे चेले कहण कि साडा बाबा नूं साडे बाबे नूं तां प्यारे भगवान जी दे दर्शन हुंदे हन, आओ बाबा जी समाधि च बैठे हन, भोले लोकां तों मत्था टकाउण। So, meaning doing the 4 great mantras, Tatvamasmi, Pragayana Mananda Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Amata Brahma. So doing these mantras, meditation, or any other mantra given by anyone, or given by a lot of these days fake gurus, heating themselves amongst 5 small fires. So doing tapa, gyan, so speaking about knowledge without giving up their own vices. So they might be stuck in their own vices, but they talk about knowledge. Vikars, for example, like vikars and slander. So sitting in concentrations in concentration with their eyes closed to try to trick people, to try to gain devotees. So sabetyan, they try all these different types of dhyans to try to trick people. So doing japa, you do japa, doesn't matter if it's the 4 mantras of the Vedas or any other mantra that especially these days are given out by fake gurus, and they give them in your ears, and this is your mantra because this is what's this is what your aura is, and this is what you need to be jumping right now, and all this fakeness that's going on these days. Heating themselves amongst 5 fires, top of that we spoke about. Gyan in the sense speaking about not having full Brahma Gyan, but speaking about knowledge without knowing the essence of everything. Speaking about knowledge, speaking about Gyan, and not giving up their own vices. So still being stuck in slander and lust and anger and attachment and greed, but speaking about knowledge. And then Savatyan, sitting in concentration to try to gain followers and try to trick people. Savatyan. Khat Sastra, Simrite Vakhyan. All right, we're going to move on. Khat means 6, shade. Sastras, Shastras. Simrite, so the Simritiyan, the Simritis. Khat Shastra, the She Shastras, the Simrite, Simritiyan, Vakhyan. Vakhyan means to speak about, to do katha, to do kathan. Vakhyan, to speak. She Shastra, Kei Kote Ved Puran Simrite Shastra. So, Anusar, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਸਿਮਰਤੀਆਂ ਕੰਠ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਬਾਨੀ ਕਥਨ ਕਰੇ। Meaning, even if one was to memorize the 6 Shastras and all the Simritiyan and speak about their translations and tenets. So even if one was to cut Shastra Simrita Vakhyan, memorize the 6 Shastras and all the Simritiyan and speak about their translations and their tenets. Das At Likhe Hove Paase Chare Ved Mukhagar Pathe Purbi Nava Varna Ki Date Vartanem Kare Din Rate Kaji Mulla Hove Sekh Jogi Sangam Bhagve Pekh Ko Girhi Karma Ki Sande Ben Buje Sab Khadi Ase Mande. So even if one was to memorize the 6 Shastras and all the Simritiyan and speak about their translations and tenets. Jog Abhyas. All right. Jog Abhyas Karma Tram Kirya. Jog, yoga. Abhyas, practice. Karma, karma or karma, a karma. Trama, dharma, religion. Kirya is work. something that a person does, something that one does. We call that kirya. Jog abhyas karma dharma kirya. So yoga abhyas, the practice of yoga, karma, different types of karma, dharma, the different faiths, which we'll talk about a little bit, kirya, the work that one does. Yam, name, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharna, dhyan, samadh, yog de 8 ang sikh ke, ਲੈ ਯੋਗ, ਮੰਤਰ ਯੋਗ, ਹਠ ਯੋਗ, ਗਿਆਨ ਯੋਗ, ਰਾਜ ਯੋਗ, ਭਗਤ ਯੋਗ, ਅਗਰ ਭਤ ਯੋਗ, ਸਗਰ ਭਤ ਯੋਗ ਆਦਿ ਅਨੇਕ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਯੋਗ ਦਾ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰ ਲਵੇ। ਨਿਤ, ਨਮਿਤ, ਪ੍ਰਾਸ਼ਚਿਤ, ਕਾਮਕ, ਆਦਿਕ ਕਰਮ, ਵਰਣਾਸ਼ਰਮ ਦੇ ਧਰਮ, ਦੇਵੀ ਦੇਵਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਪੂਜਣ, ਨਿਉਲੀ, ਧੋਤੀ ਆਦਿ ਹੋਰ ਅਨੇਕ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਿਆ ਕਰ ਲਵੇ। ਯਥਾ ਯੋਗ ਸਿੱਧ ਆਸਣ 84 ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਹਿਆ ਵੱਡੀ ਆਰਜਾ, ਫਿਰ ਜਨਮੈ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਉ ਸੰਗੋ ਨ ਗਹਿਆ। So in English, doing all types of yoga, doing karmic actions, praising deities, doing stuff like neoli, like toti. So let's just break this down a little bit. Doing all types of yoga. There are different types of yoga: lay yoga, mantra yoga, hatha yoga, gyan yoga, raj yoga, as Bhagavad writes up top. Yoga itself consists of 8 parts, which Bhagavad outlines right here. And so yama, nayama, asana, pranayam. So the most popular one is asana, which is what we see as yoga these days, sitting for prolonged periods of time in particular posture. Pranayam, which we also see a little bit of happening, breathing techniques. Pratyahara, withdrawing the senses. Dharna, focusing the mind on one object. Dhyan, and then samadhi. These are the 8 limbs of yoga. So doing all types of yoga, doing karmic actions such as right here, netta, the ones that you do daily, the karmic actions that you do daily. Namitta, the karmic actions that you do for someone. Praschita, we talked about praschita karma in the last Astpadi. Doing these types of karmas will not save you. You have to japana. But praschita is like repentance. Kamaka. So kamaka karma is doing actions, karmic actions for something, for a kamana, for a particular desire. And Bhagavad writes other karmas as well. Varnashram de dharma. This is brahmacharya, not like being celibate, grasti, which is being married, vanaprastha, and sannyasi. Sannyasi is that towards the end they used to say when you had a family life and all that kind of stuff, in Hindu mata, that they used to go and they used to take sannyas later in life, and they used to go into the jungles, and they've lived their life, they had their kids, they've done everything, all that kind of stuff, that they thought was, you know, part of the Grest Marg and all that kind of, now they're going to go into the jungles and they're just going to live their life in meditation. Sannyas. So all these types of faiths, Devi Devtiyan di puja, so praising different Devis and different Devte. Neoli. Neoli, she pulled up a video. Yeah, I'll show you guys right now. Neoli karma is. It's a way of cleansing the body. Let's post this here. So Neoli is the kirya of, okay, watch what he does with his stomach. That there is Neoli karma. That is Neoli right there, what he's doing. So you're trying to cleanse your internals by doing kirya like that. Toti is taking cloth and cleansing your food pipe with that. So they swallow it and they gradually get better at it, at swallowing like a piece of cloth that's very thin. And then that's supposed to sort of and then you pull it out and all the resha and all that kind of stuff comes out with it. So that's supposed to cleanse you. So that's toti. So doing those types of actions. Neoli toti aade anek prakar di kirya kar lave. So doing all these types of kiryas. So yoga abhyas, karma, tram, kirya. Right? So doing all types of yogic, karmic actions, praising deities, doing neoli toti, etc. Sagal tyage ban madde phirya. This is kind of speaking to sannyas later on, but is also speaking to people that go and they're in search of God, but they're searching the wrong way. So, sagal tyage. This is what Sikhi spoke against, right? Sagal, all, sare, tyage, renounce. Ban. Ban means jungle. Jungle. Madde is like within, ode vech, amongst it. Firya is kumya, kumme fire, or moved. So sagala tyage, saryanu tyag ke, renounce all, ban, jungle, madde, within, firya, moved. All right, sagala tyage, saryanu tyage, bana, jungle, madde, within, firya, moved. So ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਬੰਧੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੇ ਜੰਗਲ ਚ ਘੁੰਮੇ ਫਿਰੇ ਬਨ ਪ੍ਰਸਤੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਵੇ. So they become a ban prasti, one that moves amongst the ban, amongst the jungle. ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਘਰੇ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ. ਕਿਨਹੀ ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਤਾਜੇ ਵਣ ਖਾਂਡੇ ਪਾਇਆ. It's a beautiful line here. This one here, it says, ਮੋਨ ਭਇਓ Kar pati rahyo nagan firyo ban mahi. So you stop speaking, you become, even walking naked. Nagan firyo ban mahi, you walk amongst the jungles. Tata tirath sab tati pramyo. So you go to all these tiraths and you walk around the whole world. Dovida chotaka nahi, your doubt will still not go away. Your doubt does not go away like this. So renouncing all worldly relationships and moving amongst the jungle. Sagal tyagya, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ, renouncing all the relationships that you have, all worldly relationships. I mean, you can do it physically, but how are you going to do it emotionally, right? That's the question. Sagal tyage, ban madde phirya. You move amongst the jungle. Guru Gobind Singh Ji writes, I think it was Banake Sadan Save Kare Samjo Manhi Mahe Udasa. You think of all locations as a jungle, and instead of getting udas like that, get udas in your own heart, get udas inside. So you don't need to go anywhere. You're amongst people, you're amongst your family, right? But your man is given to Shabad. Your man has Shabad on it. Renouncing all worldly relationships and moving amongst the jungle. Sagal tyage ban madde phirya. Anek prakar kiye bahut jatna. Anek, many. Anek. Prakar, ways. Kiye, kite jaan, or did. Baho, you guys know baho. Bahut many. And jatana here means attempts or yatana. Right? So anek prakar kiye bahut jatana. Many ways, kiye, did, baho, many jatana attempts. अनेक प्रकार दे कठिन तो कठिन साधना दे बहुत यतन कीते जान. Attempting many types of difficult practices. So attempting many types of difficult practices. अनेक प्रकार की बहुत यतना बहुत तरह दे यतन कीते जान, attempts कीते, ट्राइयां कीतियां जान. If you look at Sikhi from this perspective, from this, the first 40 of this third Astpadi, like, man, is Sikhi easy compared to all this? And who wants to renounce everything, go walking around in jungles? But it's still to some degrees it happens. Anek prakar ki bahut yatana. Not only that, right? So anek prakar ki bahut yatana. So attempting many types of difficult practices. All right, gonna move on. Pon dan home baharatana. Pon. Pon means pon. In English, we'll say pon means gaining good karmas for doing virtuous deeds. So you do virtuous deeds and you gain good karma out of it. So it's a karma, it's a good karma that's gained by doing virtuous deeds. On. Dan is giving donations. Kisi nu dan kuch karna. Home. Home is havan, usually done with fire. So ritualistic worship, usually done with fire. Baho, many, bahote. Ratana, we'll do two arts of Ratana. Ratan ta ekta ho gaya ke or keo, depending how you say it, clarified butter. And Ratana, Ratan also means a Ratana, right? As in jewel. So jewelry. Or like gems, stones, like a Ratana. So pon, gaining good karma for doing virtuous deeds. Dan, giving donations. Home, ritualistic worship. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਮੱਗਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਘਿਓ ਚ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, they put different things, ਕਦੀ ਘਿਓ ਪਾਤਾ, ਕਦੀ ਕੁਛ ਪਾਤਾ, ਕਦੀ ਚੌਲ ਛੱਡ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ. ਬਹੁਤ many ratana clarified butter or jewels, ratans. So ਬਹੁਤੇ ਜੱਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤੇ ਰਤਨਾ ਘਿਓ ਦਾ ਹਵਨ ਕਰੇ. So doing many jugs and giving a lot of ghee. ਬਹੁਤੇ ਰਤਨ ਹੀਰੇ ਪੁੰਨਦਾਨ ਕਰੇ. Or donating many jewels. So the two lines, the two ways we can write this is using a lot of clarified butter, using a lot of ghee while doing many pujas. Or we can say donating many jewels. So pon dan home baho ratana. So using a lot of ghee while doing many pujas. Or we can also say donating many jewels. Line here is Kanika Kamani Haver Gaver Bahubedano Datara. So Kanik like Sona, Kamani Haver Gaver, Hati Kore, Bahubedano Datara. You have different types of things you're giving. An Bastar Pume Baho Arpe, An food, Bastar clothes, Pume, Tarti land, Baho Arpe, you're giving all this. Nahamilia Haridora, you still don't get Maharajadwar like that. You get it through Nam. Ponnadan, home, bahoratana. So this gets a little bit more intense, a little bit more gruesome. Sariro katai, home kare rati. Sariro body. Sarir. Katai. To get cut. Katake. But to get cut by your own doing or your own desire. Home. Home once again, the same thing as we did before is Havana. We put smuggery into fire. So ritualistic worship based around fire. Home man. Home, havan. Kare, karke, or dead. Rati, rati mata, rati, small pieces. Rati, katake. So sarira nu kataye to get kha, home ritualistic kare rati in small pieces. Rati karke. So ਆਪਣੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਰਤੀ ਜਿਤਨਾ ਕਟਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਅੱਗ ਤੇ ਹਵਨ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੀ ਲక్ష్మణ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨ ਲਈ ਮੇਘਨਾਥ goes into history and saying how Meghnad did this, the son of Ravan. Gurmukh Ped Vapikhan Parchayan. So in English, we would say, cutting your body into small pieces and offering it for ritualistic worship and offering it in havan. Cutting your body into small pieces and offering it for ritualistic worship. Sariro kataye home kare rati. All right, we're gonna move on. Vart name kare bahupati. So vart rakhna, fasting. Maharaj cuts out so many things just in this. Name, nijam, daily practice. Kara, do, karlave. Baho, you guys know, many, bahota. And pati is types, tara. All right, Varta fasting, name, daily practice, karadu, bahopanti, many types. Chovi Kadasiya, Ram, Nomi, Krishna, Astami, Ganesh, Chaude, Bhavan, Dwadasi, the anek hi Varta rakh lave. So different types of varts, different types of fasts. बहुत तरह दे निजम कर लवे कि मैं रोटी नहीं खानी. So the different types of daily practice है कि मैं रोटी नहीं खानी, घरे नहीं जाना, मूंह धारण के रखना, नंगे रहना आदि का. वारतो नेमो नेता पराते पूजा बिनो बूझे सब पाव है दूजा. So even doing all these varts and these names and all this puja without understanding, it's all duality. So here, in English, we'll write out like this. So keeping many types of fasts, keeping many types of daily practices, such as not eating, not going home, not speaking, being naked, etc. सो वरत नेम करै बहु भांति, बहुत तरह तरह दे। All right, नहीं तोले राम नाम विचार. Coming down to the essence. Nahi, no, or nahi in Punjabi. Tolle, tolle hunda barabar, equal. Ram naam, Vaheguru naam. Practice of naam. Vichar is what you guys do. Discussion, dialogue, vichar, writing it out, discussing, debating with each other. Nahi tole Ram naam vichar. Nahi tole equal Ram naam vichar. The vichar of Ram naam. We'll write the translation together with the next line. Nanak Gurmukh naam japiya ek baar. Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Mahalla Panjwa Ji. Remember, Mahalla just means Sarup, body. Gurmukh. The ones with their faces towards Guru Sahib Ji. Punjabi, we would just say Gurmukh. Naam, Naam Gurbani Ji. Japiya, repeat. Ek, one. And bar, time. Ekbar, ekbar. So Nanak, Panjve Pasha Ji, Gurmukh is Gurmukh, Naam Japiya, Naam Japiya, repeat Naam, ek bar, one time. So we'll write this arth out in two ways in Punjabi, and we'll write it out in one way in English. So Panjve Pasha Ji kehinde ne, farmaunde ne, he bhai, jekar Gurmukh kale vich pragat hoa, वाहिगुरु महले पहले जी दा तन पितर शुभ सच्चा नाम धन वाहिगुरु सतगुरु नानक देव साहिब जी एक बार जपिए। राम हम सतगुर पार ब्रह्म में कर माने। राम स्वरूप सतगुरु साहिब जी दे नाम मीनिंग समाद गुरबाणी जी नू विचार लईए, भाव गाइए, कमाइए। ਤਾਂ ਕਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਨ ਸਾਧਨ ਰਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਵਿਚਾਰਨ ਅਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਨ। And then there's a Gurbani line that proves that. Let me just write this out in English right now. Right underneath here. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, the above mentioned practices, attempts do not equal to repeating Naam and discussing Gurbani. Nahi tolle Ram Naam vichar. ਰਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਤੋਲੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਨ। ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੇ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਿਆ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਰ। They do not equal this. The above mentioned practices do not equal to ਇੱਕ ਬਾਰ repeating naam and discussing Gurbani. We'll write the second one too. Kind of means the same thing. I'll explain the difference, slight difference. So Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, hey Bhai, Vaheguru Guru Ji de Sachiare Dware te, or we can say Nirgur Brahma Ji Chi Leen Hon Roop Dwar te, ਭਾਵ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਨਾਮ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਉਂਦੇ ਮਰ ਕੇ ਅੱਠੇ ਪਹਿਰ ਜਪੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਜੋਗ ਤਪ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੱਤੀ ਤੱਤੀ ਰਤੀ ਰਤੀ ਕਟਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਗ ਚ ਸਾੜਨ ਆਦਿ ਕਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਨ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਦੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਦੇ ਸੋ ਨਥਿੰਗ ਇਜ਼ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਟੂ ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਨ। ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਇਹ ਅਤਿਅੰਤ ਕਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਨ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਧਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਹੰਗਤਾ ਸਹਿਤ ਦੁਖਦਾਇਕ ਹਨ। ਰਾਮ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਕਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਪੂਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਚੁਨ ਘਰ ਸੁਖ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾਂਤ ਤੋਂ ਨਾ ਪਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦਾ ਪੂਰਨ ਅਗਮ ਮਹਾਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸੁਖ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਹਨ। So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, the above mentioned practices do not equal to being at the door of Vaheguru Ji through the continuous Naam current, Anhad Shabad, and doing Vichar at that point there of Gurbani Ji, which means that you're sitting at the Dwar of Vaheguru, that your concentration and Shabda have become one, and you're at that door of when I say at that door, I mean your concentration and the shabd are there. So you're at the door of the shabd. You're present right there, and you're there through anhad shabd. There's no attempt. You're not attempting. You're not trying anymore. You're not trying to jap naam. The naam is already being japped, and you're just in tune to that vibration that's going on. And there you are doing the translations. You're doing the vichar of Gurbani. Because there you are feeling it. You're not trying to translate. You're not trying to dialogue and debate and understand. There it's just happening to you. You're just fully absorbed and the translations are happening to you and you're feeling the translations. It's very similar to this artha, as in the above practice do not equal to repeating Naam and discussing Gurbani. It's just here what we're saying is we're doing it like how we're doing it now. We're practicing, we're writing out, we're dialoguing, we're trying to understand Gurbani. We're jumping Naam with our tongues, we're jumping Naam with our concentration. Here what we're saying is that you've entered a state of ajapa jap, and the anhad shabd, there's a resounding, and the naad is going, you're intoxicated there through this gurbani, through the shabd, and now the translations are happening to you. You're feeling the translations. You're not trying to intellectualize there or anything like that anymore. That's the difference between the two arts there. So, but pretty much the same thing. I hope that kind of made sense. I know this was heavy. It's very informative today. Guru Sahib Ji will continue and break down much more. Being a Udasi, being a Tapi, the nine pieces, the no khands of the Parathreen, like the Southeast Asia, Greater Southeast Asia. Guru Sahib is going to talk about giving yourself to fire, donating gold and horses and different types of horses, doing naili, doing different asanas. Talks about Jainism and the sadhans and their practices. Once again, cutting your body piece by piece and all that, and then talks about the ego. And that's what we'll touch up on next week. That information. This whole Astpadi is very informative of what happens out there and what the path of Sikhi is compared to that, and what our attempts need to be and where our focus needs to be. But yeah, Mara Kripa, there is an Nagar Kirtan today. If some of you guys are going, maybe I might hopefully see you guys around. Okay, perfect. And Mara Kripa, I will see you guys next week, and we will open up information for the next 40. All right. Appreciate you guys coming out. Vaheguru Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. No, not good. Hopefully all you guys can hear me. Okay, yeah, there's the audio. I think we're good. All right. All right, guys, I'm just going to read the beginning of the third Astapadi, what we did last week, and read today's as well. Saloko Baho Sastar Baho Simriti Ekhe Sarvatandole Pujas Nahi Hare Hare Nanak Nam Amol Asatpadi जाप ताप ज्ञान सब ध्यान खट शास्त्र सिमरते वख्यान जोग अभ्यास कर्म धर्म क्रिया सगल त्याग बन मध्य फिरिया अनेक प्रकार किए बहुत जतना, पुण्य दान हूँ मैं बहु रतना, शरीर कटाए हूँ मैं करे राती, वर्त नेम करे बहु पाती, नहीं तोले राम नाम विचार, नानक गुरमुख नाम जपिया एक बार. That was last week's, and today we're going to cover this. Nau khand prithmi fira chero jiva, maha udaso tapisaro thiva, agane mahe homat pran, kaneka aswa havar pume dan, neoli karma. We talked about last week. Neoli karma kare baho asana, jain marg sanjamate sadhana, निमख निमख कारे शरीर कटावे, ताऊपी हम मैलो न जावे, हर के नाम सम सारे कछो ना है, नानक गुरमुखे नाम जपत गाते पाहे. So last week slok, you guys know sloka, we covered this last week. We went to Baho Sastar, Baho Simriti, Pekhe, Sarvatado, Lepanje Pasha, he says, May Saria Shastra, Jede Shastra, Sare, the Simriti engineer, मैं सारे टडोल के मैं सारे खोज के देखे, I searched them. पूज से ना ही हरे हरे, नानक नाम बोल, but जेड़ा अभ्यास या, the path of the shabd and the sort, the path of saying Vaheguru and concentration and putting in concentration, Sabda Sorta ki neev rakhai, the foundation of Shabda and Sorta. But none of these equal to the path of Nam. The path of Nam is amol, is priceless. And they do not praise Nam. They talk about many ritualistic practices, but they don't get to the essence straight of Shabda and Sort, the path of Sikhi 101. Astpadi. Astpadi. Atha Paudiyan, the Katha, right? So this Astpadi consisting of 10 lines in 8 sections. Jap tap gyan sabityan, mantra da jap, ਭਾਵੇਂ 4 ਮੰਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਮਹਾਮੰਤਰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਦੇ ਦਾ ਵੇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੰਤਰ ਹੋਣ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਮੰਤਰ ਹੋਵੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਰਜੀ, anything of that, ਭਾਵੇਂ what happens these days, a lot of fake gurus giving out mantras, any of that kind of stuff. Tap, tapasya kari jani, putting your body through rigorous practices, thinking that you can obtain through that path of tap. Gyan, knowledge for the purpose of having knowledge and not putting it into practice. Sabityan, all types of concentrations. So Jede mantra, heating themselves amongst 5 fires, speaking about knowledge without giving up their own vices, vikars, ninda karijani, sitting concentration with closed eyes, being, all these fake gurus that have popped up, all these dere that are going on, all this type of stuff. Khat sastra simrate vakhyan, the she shastra, the simratiyan, eda pame vakhyan kari jave, maybe even memorizing all these and speaking about their tenets and translations. Mujwani, yoga vyas, being a practitioner of yoga, karma tarama kirya, different types of karmic actions, the namitta karma, praschita karma, kamaka karma, any of these karmic actions, dharma, being a sannyasi, being a gresti, doesn't matter what type of a dharma you open on. So work, doing these types of kriya. Sagal tyage ban madhya fira, renouncing everything. Sare anu chhad ke, Guru Sahib Ji was so against all this. Sagal tyage ban madhya fira, going into the jungles and just trying to seeing if you can find the creator that way. Maharaj says, no, you don't need to. You can find it sitting at home, right? Just find it in a family. ਹੱਸਦਿਆਂ ਖਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਪਹਿਨਦਿਆਂ ਹੱਸਦਿਆਂ ਖੇਡਦਿਆਂ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਪਾਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਖਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਪੀਂਦਿਆਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੁਕਤ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਮੁਕਤੀ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣੀ you do it all in a ਪਰਿਵਾਰ if that's a path you choose. If you don't, then you could do it through Sikhi and any of those. Baba Deep Singh Ji wasn't married, but so you could do it in any one of these paths. Anek prakar ki bahut jatana. The path of Sikhi. Anek prakar ki bahut jatana. Many ways, many attempts, attempting all these difficult practices. Pon dan home bahut ratana. So doing pon, doing dan, havan, bahoratana, offering up so much. If you've gained a lot of, you're born into wealth, or you've gained wealth, or you offer all that, become dani ban jaye badde to badda, or just doing pujas. Sareer kataye ho main kare rati. Apne sareer nu rati rati kat ke into small pieces. You're cutting your body and offering it in havan. Today we're going to talk about that too. Guru Sahib says that again. Vartane kare bahupanti. Varta rakhane. Doing daily practices. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to speak all day today, and I'm not going to do this today. Bahupanti. Doing many types of practices. Nahi tolle Ram Naam Vichar. So Guru Sahib Ji at the end of that body last week said, none of these are equal to the vichar, to the dialogue, to the discussion of Naam and the practice of Naam. And the practice which grows, the indre, these indre that we have, are these senses that we have, are meant to go towards a sort. They're tika, you use them in the world where you need to use them, but these are the same senses that help you go back inside. From the inside, we come outwardly. From the inside, we gain a lot of information and we come outwardly. And from outwardly, if we want to ever go back to our source, if we want to ever go back to where we've come from, these indre help us go back. The eyes need to start looking at Gurbani. You stop them from certain things, like, looking at things of beauty that really attract you and things like that, and putting it in Shabad again. The ears, instead of listening to music that produces chanchalta in the mind, you push Gurbani into these ears, into these, and then they go back internal, and they start learning how to go back internal, start connecting with their source, right? All these indre, with your jeev, you start japping Naam. So all these jeev help you. And how do they help you? Well, let's take the mantra Vaheguru, for example. When we jap Vaheguru and we listen to it, or we read it, and we say it with our tongues, these indre are helping us go back internal. And the job is to go back to the sort, to the concentration. And the concentration might be running off into a thought. And that's okay. That's because it hasn't been trained. We haven't trained it. It's a practice, right? So it's a practice of bringing the sort, that concentration, and colliding it with the shabda and staying present there. Some days it's easier, some days it's not, right? Depends on where we sit. Some years it's easier, some years it's not, depending on what's going on in our life, right? It's all intertwined. But that is the practice, to go back internal. And these indre, our body actually helps us do that, right? That's how you got to take care of our body. You got to respect this body too. This is the mandar. This is the Gurdwara where our lover sits, where our lover resides, right? So we got to respect this body, take care of this body, cleanse this body internally, so we could go back and be with that love. And that these indre help us connect back with that source. So nahi tole Ram Naam Vichar, Nanak Gurmukh Naam Japiya ek baar. The one mentioned practices, they are not equal to Naam. We're discussing Gurbani. So we got to connect back with Naam. And we talked about Anhad Shabad here, which is a state that comes after we start utilizing our senses. We jump at Naam, and then Naam takes care of us, in the sense that it happens internally at this second stage of marriage, where this is a gift Maharaj gives, where after war, when it's time for rest, it might not be now, might not be this lifetime, might not be, that's when you get throughout the day, you get in tuned with that sound current, you get in tuned with that vibration, you get in tuned with that ton, So, Maharaj says, ton mehtyan, put your concentration in the ton. And tyan mehjanya, from that tyan, the realization comes, right? So the first initial practice, the first love of marriage, the first step of marriage is Seva and Simran, right? We have to move on this path. So the vichar, as in, another way we take this is as the vichar, as in the dialogue that happens. We're writing these translations out, and the dialogue that happens between, if you're doing it as a couple, if you're doing it as a father son, or a mother daughter, or any relationship, or if you're doing it alone, or if you're doing it with your guru, just you two, just Bani and you and your guru, whoever you're connecting with, and you're having this discussion and dialogue with, that vichar, nothing is equal to that vichar, because you're opening up information. You're not just opening up information for the purpose of gaining knowledge, because knowledge without practice is, that's a point, right? So putting that into practice and bring it into your daily life, bring it into daily living, that's where it's at. And tika, jumping now, that's great. You jump it with your tongue, you jump it. But the sorta has to start coming back. The practice is bringing the sorta to the na. So it's focused attention. Tika, maybe not doing it for an hour, maybe only doing it for 5 minutes, depending on where you're sitting any given moment. And maybe taking breaks throughout the day and just bringing it back. Ranzui, bringing it back and grounding yourself once again. No khanda prathami phera chirojiva. There are classes, Gurmat classes starting at Jodh Prakash today as well. So for everyone, I think kids and adults, just from Gurumukhi, starting from Gurumukhi to history, to classical Kirtan, I believe might be happening there, to Santhya, all that's going on. And today there will be a demonstration, I believe at 6 p.m., Gatka demonstration in memory of Bhai Chanji Singh, who was a teacher, a Gatka teacher, very young. He came here it's been about 20 years, I'd say now. He taught Gatka here. So a lot of these guys are the teachers now were kids at that time. And he taught a lot of these individuals. For a very short period of time, he was in Toronto, and he just like lit a fire here, and he sparked so many people. And the way he taught and the energy he flowed with. And then he ended up going to BC. And Parminder Singh, who's one of the first Kathavachiks in English out in BC, over 20 years ago, he started out there. I believe he ran the Guru, I think they're called the Guru Nanak Academy out in BC. And Reena Kaur, she beautiful Kirtan. He used to do amazing Kirtan. All these three, there were about 8 individuals that left from BC, and they're going to a Nagar Kirtan towards Edmonton, Calgary. I think they were going towards Edmonton. They ended up going on the highway, and they passed their stop. I believe it was on Highway 1, and then they turned back. I think they were going up towards Edmonton. And then there was an accident that took place. And by Parminder Singh, who was regarded at that time as he wrote a lot, he spoke a lot, a really great Atma. And he ended up passing away. Reena Kaur, apparently, she even did her own Kirtan Soila a week before she sang her Soila. She wrote a poem about death just a week or 2 weeks before she passed away. And Chanji Singh taught many people out in BC, and they're going there, and he ended up leaving his body too. And so 6:30 p.m. today, there's a documentary that's made on his life and the legacy that's carried on, and how he's affected all these individuals and some of the stories. So that will be premiering at Jyot Prakash at 6:30 p.m. today. So if you all can make it out there, I'd highly recommend that. I think it will be on YouTube as well later on. So it'll be released on YouTube as well if you can't make it out. I believe the release will be today as well. I think 7 p.m. The release is going to happen at 7 p.m. as well on YouTube. At 6:30 it'll be live. Be a lot of hopefully a lot of Sangat will be there. A lot of his students will be there. And a lot of the young students learning Gatka now. Right after that demonstration is when that's going to be shown. So let's get focused a bit. And then we will start writing. So I will Japanam. Maharaj will make me Japanam and you guys repeat. And we'll see where we're sitting today. See where it flows, see where it goes. See if you can bring the concentration and attune it and become one with the Shabd. And if it runs off, that's okay. With pure love, bring it back. No hate, no judgment. It's all good. It's not its fault. It's never had this practice. So we're just going to keep bringing it back. Vaheguru. 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 All right, guys. So in the other room right now, I'm just this kirtan going on and I'm listening to the shabd and it's saying, "Es man ko koi khojo bhai, tan chhute man kahan samai." Hey person, es man ko koi khojo ho. Someone search this mind. Tan chhute man kahan samai. When the body goes, where does the mind go? Right? So if you think about that, and then you think about, and today morning, I was thinking about this lying down in between sleeping and in between waking up. And I was like, just thinking that, okay, so if the body's not here, so if it's just the man, where is the man? Is it present in Shabad? Because that's what it's got to do. That's his job in this life, is to become present with the Shabad and to become one with the Shabad. Or does it run off into dreams that we cannot control? The practice is that control of it through Shabad, and to bring it together and to merge it, and it stays present in that Shabad, and that is that dwar, and that is that door. Come to your door, I've come to your sanctuary. That is the sanctuary when the concentration and the Shabad stay together. that is staying with your love. And that gets deeper, and that gets deeper, and that affection and that love gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And then for people like Baba Deep Singh Ji, Baba Kanhaiya Ji, Sant Baba Jwala Singh Ji, any of these individuals that have walked on this path, Olympic level meditators, beyond Olympic level meditators, always a lifestyle, right? This is a lifestyle, always staying present with that Shabd, staying present and not hating because we can't do that. That's okay. It's through practice. It's through practice. It's through continuous practice that we get to stay there. So no khand prithmi fira chero jeeva. Let's start writing. Or does anyone have a link for Astpadi 3? Yes. I can send that to you right now. All right, so let's pull everything out. We put on our phones on silent and stay present here. Let's start writing. No. No means 9. Khand. Khand means piece, like a hisa, hisewali. So if we think of a pizza slice, like a piece of a pizza slice, like that, khand. I guess khand also means sugar, I guess, but in this context, khand means a piece. Prithmi, world, land. Tarti. Yes, Harnor. You always say that to me. I always forget. Okay, I've zoomed in. Hopefully that's better. Okay. Prithmi, Tati, Vira, Rome. Fire, to roam around. Fira, Firna. You know. My mom always says it. My dad always says it to me. Shouldn't say it here, but you know. Something langu torda verda. I'm sure you guys get that too. Kadi idhar, kadi udhar. So roaming. Fira. Jero. Long time. Jer. Or time, in this context, long time. You know, someone asks you kitna cher, how long? Jiva, to live. Juna, junda, to live. Jiva. All right. So नौ खंड पृथ्वी फिरै चिरंजीव है, 9 piece world land धरती फिरै रोम चिरंजीव है, long time चिर जीवे जीवे. So अनंत जुग लम्मा चिर जीवे, भारत इलावृत किम पुरुष पद्धर केतु मला केतु माल हरे हिरण्य रमय कोश नौ हिस्से वाली धरती ते फिरे. Those are the 9 sections that they're talking about here. So what's that mean in English? Well, Maharaj here is he's talking pretty much about the whole world, but he's talking about this here particularly are the 9 sections of Asia, or we could say Greater Asia nowadays. Some people say parts of Europe, parts of Africa would be in there nowadays as well. But Greater Asia. So living for countless yogs and roaming the 9 sections of Greater Asia. So figuratively meaning the world. ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰਦਾ ਰਹੇ. So नौ खंड पृथ्वी फिरै चिरंजीव है. All right, should we move on? Gurbani always translates Gurbani. Right now I'm hearing Jacha Kanam Jacha Jacha from the other room Kirtan's going on. And Maharaj is talking about this whole body is talking about that same Nam. It's that same Nam. It talks about all this and it comes back to the essence of Nam. Maha Udasutapi Saruthi, Maha, great, big, Bahota. Udaso. Udas meaning ascetic, as detached individual that's detached. Uparam ho jave koi, hai na? And this can happen because of many reasons. Some of us turn towards this type of a mindset, which is some of us turn towards this type of mindset when things happen in our lives, right? Life is a life full of lessons meant to teach us and push us towards our essence, right? So udaso, ascetic, detached, uparam. Tapisaro. So you guys know what tapa means, and then tapisaro is the one that does tapa, but tapisaro here means tapiyanda isar, means tapiyanda raja. So tapa isar, the isar of tapis. So the king of individuals that do tapa. Tapiyanda raja. Like that level of a tapi. And tiva means to become or hove. All right. Punjabi उदासी उदास राता अनुसार राज गृहस्थ तो बहुता उदास उपराम होके तपियां दा राजा होवे. So becoming an ascetic of leaving kingdoms and marital life and becoming the king of tapis, doing that much tapa and leaving everything, all material possessions, leaving them. All right. Maha udasa tapi sarotiva. So becoming a param from all material, becoming the king of tapis. Tapiyan da raja ban jave, raj grest sab kuch chhad chhod ke. Agane mahe homat paran. Agane. You guys know what that means? Agane means aga, fire. Mahe means within. Agde vech. Homat. Homat means havan. Hom karna. Havan karna. It's a ritual involving fire. You might have seen it on movies where there's a pandit who's reading mantras and they're putting kyo and smagri into the fire. That's havan. Pran means life force, your breath. In this context, we can say body as well, but jind, swas. In this context, pav, sarir. Jo tanu paya sanghi so pi sangana hoya. The body that you came with, even that's not sangi, right? Some greater meaning to all this. Agane agacha apana prana, pav jind swas, pav sarir, homat havan kare. So in English, we would say, offering your life to fire through havan, putting your body to fire through ritualistic practice. Now, this can be done as in, like the pandit or whoever's doing the puja at that time, they'll kale with a long spoon. They pick up some kale and they'll put it into the fire. This is saying cutting your body. Pretty much offering your body to havan, offering your body to the fire, right? Offering your life through havan. So giving up your life like that. Agane mahe homat paran, apne prani havan de vich la deve. Burning yourself. And let's move on. Kanek. Kanek means sona, means gold. Aswa. So you guys see this sasse de pair de vich, that's called adda vava. So wherever you see that, you on the sasa you just put an onkar and then you put an ada at the end. So it's pronounced aso a. Aswa. And what aswa means is horses or kore, horse. Hever. Hever also means horses. Kind of broken down, we'll break it down here. Var means the most expensive, and hai means the horse, the horses. So horse that's a top quality breed, that's a hever. Like the top of the line horses, the most expensive horses, the top quality breeds, those are the hevers. So shreshth ਕੀਮਤੀ ਹੈ ਘੋੜੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਵਰ. Var means shreshth ਕੀਮਤੀ and hai means ਘੋੜੇ. So far we got kanek, sona, we got aso, horses, and then we got hever, the most highly sought horses, the top quality breeded horses. Ume. Means tarti, earth. In Hindi, I think they say Matar Bhumi, the Bhumi, the motherland, the land of motherland, Matar, mother. So Bhumi, earth, land, Tarti. Dan, you guys know Dan means to donate. किसी ने कोई दान कर देना है ना. So I'll write it out in Punjabi first for you guys. सोने दे श्रेष्ठ कीमती घोड़े, सुंदर सोने कीमती घोड़े, or sona itself, and tarti, दान करे. So there's a beautiful line here. Kanika kamini hever gaver bahubede dano datara an food bastar kapade pume baho arpe gave an bastar pume baho arpe nah miliya hare dwara. You know me God like this in English. Donating gold, or we could say golden horses, or we could say expensive horses, and then donating land. So donating gold, golden horses, expensive horses, and land. So back in the day, kings used to donate horses loaded with gold, or chariots made out of golden horses, depending on how powerful the king was. The bigger the king, the more gold you would have, like big golden chariots, or golden horses with chariots, or horses loaded with gold. So we can take it from that perspective. Kaneka, aswa, horses. Kaneka sona, aswa, horses, heaven, wo kimti kore, pume, means pumi, earth, dan, to donate. So donating gold, golden horses, expensive horses, land. Neoli karma. All right, here we go. Neoli. Practice of internal body cleansing. Neoli karma. That's neoli. Put neoli karma together. So the karma, the practice of Neoli karma. So the practice of Neoli, which is the internal body cleansing, which we showed a video last week. So it's available, but it's pretty much sucking in the stomach and rotating round and round. That's Neoli. We talked about Toti last week as well, what that is, how cleaning with a cloth inside. But yeah, Neoli karma, kara. Kara means to do. Kare. Baho means many. Bahota. And asana means posture. This is popularized yoga these days. Just doing different asanas and well, actually that's just more stretches than even asanas, but this is what yoga is known for in the West these days. A lot of asanas and stretching. So Neoli karma, the practice of Neoli, kara, do, baho, many asanas, asana. Punjabi. Andra ton, andra means inside, cleaning the inside. Andra. Andra ton de, andra ton ade means etc. Andra ton de Neoli karma ate Vajrasana, Pajjar asana, Beer asana, Korkatan asana, Siddha asana, ade bahut asana kare. The different types of asanas. Guru Gobind Singh Ji used to sit in Virasana quite a bit. So doing Neoli and practicing many postures. Virasana in the sense of one leg up, one leg down, and just like, you know, when Singhs are making Amrit, they sit in that asana. That asana. Neoli karam kare bahu asana. So doing Neoli and practicing many postures. Jain marg sanjamate sadhana. Jainism or Jainism. Jain. Marg means path or the mat. The mat of Jainis. Sanjam is rigorous practice to gain control over senses. So to gain control over these senses, but you're not doing it through Sahaj Sabha, you're not doing it through Prema Bhakti, you're not doing it through Shabd and that from that. You're doing it in a very hard controlled environment. Sanjam. Ate. Ate means much, but here means like difficult. Atyanta okay. So the sanjam that you're trying to do and the sadhan are very atta. They're very difficult. That these practices. So the sadhan is the practice, is a sadhan. Okay. I'll write it out in Punjabi first. So Jain marg de atyant okay nijmanusar sanjam sadhan kar lave. And there's Gurbani lines here that talk about that, about this. In English. On the path of Jainism, doing difficult practices such as controlling the senses through rigor, etc. So on the path of Jainism, doing difficult practices such as controlling the senses through rigor. Jain marg sanjam ate sadhana. All right. Nimak. Nimak is, it's a very small amount of time. The amount of time it takes to blink an eye, you call that a nimak. Akh de michan jatana sama. Nimak. हमारे से निमक निमक ठाकुर namaskar hai. Always been doing namaskar to your Thakur. Nimak, a small amount of time, blink of an eye. Kare is to do, karke. Sariro is sarir, body. Katava. Katava means gets cut. Katave, like with your own doing. Like, yeah, accepting it. Katava. So ਅੱਖ ਦੇ ਮੀਚਣ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਨਿਮਕ ਹੈ ਇਤਨੇ ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਨਿਮਕ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਰੱਤੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਘਟਾਵੇ So cutting one's own body piece by piece extremely fast. ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਨਾਲ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਟਾਵੇ, ਕੱਟੀ ਜਾਵੇ. ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਕਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਕਟਾਵੇ. Cutting one's own body piece by piece extremely fast. Now what does Mara say about that? Taupi home melo na jave. Taupi. Taupi in English we'll put together. Taupi. Taupi means even then. Tapi. Punjabi will say Tapi. We'll just leave as P, hai na? Tapi. 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 Even then. You can do all this. Even then. Oh man, home man. You guys know what home man means? It's the thing that stops us from meeting our source. It's the parda, it's the veil, it's the ego. Ankar. Home man. Oh, what a beautiful life, eh? Yet Maharaj gives us opportunity through hardships, huh? You know, Maharaj, I feel like sometimes Maharaj gives us opportunities that, you know, gives individuals that amount of opportunity, that amount of dukh in certain times, or sukh, or whatever it may be, that they learn lessons from both of those, and then they come back on the path. Maharaj gives them that amount that individual can handle at that time, you know. So if you guys go through anything or going through anything, it's not like you guys can't handle it. Maharaj is giving it to you for a reason, that you guys learn from it, learn your lesson, and let's move again now. And because there are more lessons to be learned, right? So it's a non-stop pursuit. It's not just a fight, it's a war, right? And in a war, you don't stop, right? You gotta win the war. And we have all the shastras, we have all the weaponry with us. We have physically, we got weapons, but we have the metaphysical. Like we got Shabd, that's a Gurka Sabda Katak Port Karan, right? You know, Bahaya Satgur Survin, Bahaya Banjo, Kalagadi, Garaparea, Paria, Kaleja Shake, you know, my Satgur Surma, you know, he put he released an arrow. Bahaya Banjo, you know, put it on a command and he released an arrow. Lagat he put Garaparea, because that arrow pierced me and I fell. Paria Kaleja Shake, I got a hole in my heart, in my Kaleja. So we got all the tools with us. We got Sangat, we have history, we have translations, we have Gurbani, we have the biggest mantra ever created. We got my Guru mantra. We got our Guru as our guide. We got We got each other to lean on. We have Sangat. We got the Guru Kara. So much support all around, right? So all this that you guys are going through, it's in Pana, it's in Hokam, accepting it and understanding, sorry, I'm about to go to a little bit of social work, but understanding all that from a different lens, giving it different context. Okay, this pain came, not looking at it as pain anymore, looking at it as an opportunity to learn a lesson now. What is the lesson I'm gaining from this pain? Oh, okay. They say, well, Guru Sahib is showing me. I get it. All right. So you walk again. Maybe you do that same mistake again. And that's okay. And then you learn again. And then you grow. You grow. Your soul grows. You grow as an individual. You grow in the world. And as you keep growing, you start walking closer on this path, right? And once again, this path is not a path like this. Not a path that goes straight up. This is like a zigzag path, and it's a path where sometimes you take 2-3 steps back, and it's a path where you might take 1 step forward, and it's a path where for a year you might not take any step, you might be stagnant, and maybe on the 5th year you might take 10 steps. It's all okay. It's all in Pana. So wherever you may be sitting today, accept it and grow from it. Look at the Panj Pyare Naam, right? That whole, look at Pai Pyare Himmat Sangani, hai? That whole Himmat Nahi, you get up and you move, right? From Himmat comes Sahibi and Mokumness. You gain all that. All that comes, right? That you drop the fearless, you become fearless. 100% you do. And we've seen that throughout our history, throughout our forefathers, of our mothers, and they've all done it. And they've all been there. We've had opportunities now to come back into these bodies, right? And try just keep walking on the path, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is don't stop. Don't stop. Don't give up. Keep flowing, keep going. Because this home man, it does cause a lot of destruction, right? But Daru pi samahi. Guru Sahib Ji also gave us the Jugti, right? So mal is felt. Mal is mal. Nat means no. Jai means to go away, or Jandi. ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਮੈਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਾ ਕਾ ਮਿਟਿਆ ਅਭਿਮਾਨ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਹੀ ਅਗਮ ਅਪਾਰ ਅਤੋਲ ਅਮੋਲ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਹੰਗਤਾ ਮੇਟਦੇ ਹਨ ਸੋ right here man gur prasad ja ka mete abhiman this abhiman or this hankar this ego the only way it disappears is through Gur Prasad. Maharaj teaches us. Maharaj is giving us lessons. Throughout life, we learn lessons. We are born and we're learning lessons, right? So in ego, so in English, we will say, even then, ego doesn't go away. So why are we saying that? Nimkare srir katawe, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰੱਤਾ ਹਨਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਵਨ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਓ it's not so what your ego is not going to go away maybe you go into a different form then What's the point of giving up your body? There's no point. It's a beautiful opportunity. Right? We got a human form. Great opportunity. God, they if they die for this, man, if they want this, we got, Maharaj gave it to us. We got this human form. Maharaj says, "Hire jaisa janam hai." It's like a diamond, this life, man. Start flowing in it. Start enjoying it. Even then, ego doesn't go away. Taupi home mail na jaye. हर के नाम samsare kacho na hai. So har ke naam samsare kacho na hai. So Maharaj is about to bring it all back. Hare Vaheguru Ji ke Vaheguru Ji de or of Vaheguru Ji's. Naam is love. Naam is that which connects us with our love. Naam is Naam. Samsare means barabar, equal. Dukh, Sukh, Samdrasteta. So we look at Baba Kanhaiya Ji. We look at Bhai Mani Singh Ji. Look at Bhai Taru Singh Ji. Look at Bhai Mati Das Ji. Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, the pyare Sikh. Sukh, Dukh, Jan Samdrasteta. ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਸਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ ਦੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ they see it as equal. This is another tenet of Sikhi, that pain or suffering and pleasure and happiness are equal to a mind of a Sikh. A Sikh sees both as opportunities for growth. A Sikh sees both, in Dukha, you're doing ardas. It's easier to do it. Maybe it's easier to flow in ardas. In some cases, it might be easier to forget, but for a Gurmukh mind, it's Mara Shukara, Mara Shukar Thwada. You're always lost in that. Dukh and Sukh, both great opportunities. But where does a Sikh walk? A Sikh walks that middle path. They're both samsar. Everything is samsar to a Sikh. A friend, an enemy. Everything is barabar. No hate towards an enemy. And nothing extra even for, it's all sacrifice. Even for an enemy, man, but we got for slipping Baba Kanhaiya Ji. Baba Kanhaiya is just carrying water, man. What are you gonna say, right? Where's the enemy there? So these are just great lessons for us to continue on with our daily lives, whether we're at work, whether it's with our colleagues, whether we're in our circles, or wherever we may be. Right? Samdrasteta. Papa Ponta Pe Kaha, like you can keep going, you keep flowing, right? Kacho, anything. Kuch bhi. Nahe means nahi. Nahe means no. Hare ke naam samsare kacho nahe. So I'll write this out. Nanak Dev Kal Joge Jahajo Arjuno Guru Sagal Sare Sate Lage Betar Ho Mahalla Panjwa ji Upadesh Bakshde Han. 1 second, guys. All right. So Sri Guru Nanak Dev Kal Joge Jahajo Arjuno Guru Sagal Sare Sate Lage Betar Ho Mahalla Panjwa ji Upadesh Bakshde Han. Meaning, Panjwe Pasha ji is saying, Hey Guru Pyari Sad Sangat ji, तेरे भावण ढूंढी सजना हौमै बुरी जगाते असर बुरी हौमै निवृत्ति लई अपरोकत कठन तो कठन साधना चों वाहिगुरु जी दे परम प्यारे नाम जी दे बराबर कुछ भी नहीं है। यथा जाप ताप कोट लख पूजा हर सिमरन तोले न लायन right? So Panjwe Pasha is saying, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, oh loving Sangat Ji, none of the above mentioned practices equal to Naam. Har ke Naam samsar. Vaheguru de Naam equal to Naam. Ode samsar. Kacho nahe koshvani, nothing. None of these practices, above practices. You can do Jainism. You can never kare Srido Patave. You can do Neoli. You can do Yoga Vyas. You can do all these kiryas, all these karmas. You can have all these different religions of, you can be a Gresti, you can be a Dasi, you can be anything you want to be. You can be a Tapiswar, you can be the king of the Tapis. But when it comes to Naam, nothing. Arke Naam samsare kacho nahe. Nothing equals to the path of Naam. Nothing equals to the path of Prema Bhakti. This is the ultimate path. This is the path where even after you leave your body, your Sat is connected. You are always ready on this path. There's not a time. You're always present. This path is concentration and shabd. That's this path. Whether you're in a body or you're not. Whether in your current body or you move on into a different one. Har ke naam samsare kacho nahe. All right, we'll move on. Nanak Gurmukhe naam japat gate pahe. Nanak. Tan 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 Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Al Yoga Jahajo. Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Mahalla Panjwa Ji. Anhu Maharaj. So Nanak, Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Gurmukhe. So the Mukhi Guru, the head Guru or the Supreme Guru? Jede Guru Gur Mukhi Hona. So our Mukhi Guru, Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji, Panjwe Pasha Ji, Satve Pasha Ji, Tije Pasha Ji, all our gurus that came into 10 bodies and now stay with us in the form of Shabad. That Guru, the Supreme Guru. Nanak Gurmukhe Naam Japata. Naam means Naam. Vaheguru Naam. Japat means to repeat. Japadaya. You know, it's Guru Sahib Ji that helps us, right? And in the physical and in other places as well. It's Guru Sahib Ji that takes care of us. As we are babies, as we are children, Maharaj does that, man. Maharaj does that from, you look at the life of Rampur Khede Ali Mahapurush, Baba Harnam Singh Ji Rampur Kheda. You know, they talk about meditating and they say they're in meditation and they're doing a vyas. And he said that, you know, Maya came to him. It's diving a little bit deep, but Maya came to him. And he's like, he tried with his own Shakti to like throw it off, and you know, with his own, he's a Vyasi, you know, he's a practitioner. Obviously, he's got a lot of power behind him. He goes, it wasn't till I did Ardas to my Guru, when Guru Sahib Maharaji Aapika Pakaro, that it went away. So your Guru helps on the path of your sort as you walk on this path of concentration. Your Guru helps there as well. You need a Puran Guru. You can't do it with these Dambi Pakhandi Gurus. It's not possible. You need a Puran Guru. And we have that Puran Guru, man. Like, it's such a blessing to be a student of such a good, to be a Sikh of Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji. And it's such a blessing to be writing this and learning this and diving deep into this, grasping this, and Maharaj allowing us, Maharaj giving us gifts of putting it into practice, right? So, I mean, Maharaj da shukar hai, amen horta pagi keh sakde hain. Gurmukh naam japat gate, a state of obtaining. Gata hundiya, like a state, but a state of obtaining. So in this context, Gata would be a state of obtaining Vaheguru, becoming one with that. Prapati, kalo prapati. Japa. So Nam nu Japadaya. Gate, a state of attaining. Pahe. Pahe means pona kare. Means to get. So Gate pahe. So Guru Sahib Ji is saying, right? इसलिए प्रोकत साधन त्याग के मुखी गुरु जी दे बख्शे वाहिगुरु नाम गुरमुखे रोम हरे त्यावै गुरमुख अवस्था च गुर प्रसाद लीन होके रोम रोम करके जपदियां जपा जाप वाहिगुरु ब्रह्म जी दी प्राप्ति पाउणा करे. Meaning, renounce the above practices, and through Naam that's given to us by our Guru Sahib Ji, Naam that's gifted by Guru Sahib Ji, through that Naam, merge with Vaheguru Ji. ਇਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਮ ਆ ਇਹ ਜੀਵ ਨਾਲ ਜਪਦਿਆਂ ਇਹੀ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਇਹ as our elders have taught us, as Guru Sahib Ji tells us, ਇਹੀ ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਰੂਪ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਇਹੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਵਸਣ ਲੱਗ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਆ. It comes to reside within, and then you start zoning in with it. You start drinking Nam Ras with it. And as Bhagaji and these guys talk about, um, things flow for you, right? So Nanak Gurmukh Naam Japat Gate Pahe. Renounce the above practices and through Naam gifted by Guru Sahib Maharaj Ji, merge with Vaheguru Ji. That's that. And this is the second. We have about 13 minutes. Maybe I'll play some kirtan and maybe we could get to writing. We haven't done writing together in a while still. So maybe we can get to writing. Or we could just zone in. Or we get to writing. Let's get to writing, guys. So what do these lines mean to me? So let's write where you're flowing today. Have a conversation with Maharaj, man. Talk to Maharaj. Maharaj talks about none of those practice are equal to Nam. Well, let's have a conversation with whatever's going on throughout your life today, this week, and have this dialogue with the Maharaj. So write it out and write out what these lines mean to you currently and what's happening for you, right? I will play some kirtan in the back. And yeah, let me play some kirtan. We can also have a conversation if you guys want.
ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੰਗਤ ਸਾਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਹੋ, ਪਰ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਆਨੰਦ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ। ਕੀਰਤਨੀਏ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਜੋੜ ਦੇਣਾ, ਤੋੜ ਤੇ ਹਰਕ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਅਪਾਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਇਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਰਦਾਨੇ ਦੀ ਲਾਜ ਰੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮਿਲਨ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਤੇਰੀ ਅਰੀਆ, ਖੁਦੇ ਹੁਰੀਆਂ गोविंद मिलन की ए तेरी बरिया गोविंद मिलन की भाई परापत सत्संग ध्यान देना भाई परापत मान खुदैरिया भई प्राप्ति मान गुदैरिया फिरत बाते जुगहारियो साहब गुरु तेग बहादुर नौवीं पातशाही फरमाते फिरती बाते जुगहारियो मानस दे लई कई जन्म भय कीट पतंगा कई जन्म गजमीन कुरंगा कई जन्म पंखी सर्प होयो कई जन्म है वीर बिरख जोयो मिल जगदीश मिलन की बरिया चरंकान एदेस जरिया कई जन्म साख पर पाया 184 जून पर आया
184 जून पर आया
चेताई 184 जून पर आया चेताई 184 परमतियां दुर्लभ जन्म पायो चेताई ता चेत भई प्राप्ति मान कुदैरिया जिन ऐसा हर नाम नचतियो से काहे जग आए राम राजे ए मानस जन्म दुर्लभ है नाम बिना बिरथा सब जाए चेताई चेत चेतन है तो चेत ले निस दिन में प्राणी छिन छिन आद बिहात है फूटे काट जो पानी चेताई ता चेत नानक दास तुझे समझावत नानक दास तुझे समझावत मन मूर्ख अजू नहीं समझत नानक दास तुझे समझावत मन मूर्ख अजू नहीं समझत गोविंद मिलन की ये तेरी बरिया
गोविंद मिलन की ये तेरी बरिया
गोविंद मिलन की ए तेरी बरिया भाई नंदलाल जी फरमाते ने बंदा पैदा शुद्ध बराए बंदगी बंदा पैदा शुद्ध बराए बंदगी खुश इलाजे हस्त बहरे जिंदगी दौलत जावेद बाशिद बंदगी बंदगी कुन बंदगी चेताई ताजे
गोविंद मिलन
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਸਲੋਕ ਬਹੁ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਬਹੁ ਸਿਮ੍ਰਿਤੀ ਵੇਖੇ ਸਰਬ ਟੰਡੋਲੇ ਮੂਜਸ ਨਾਹੀ ਹਰਿ ਹਰੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਅਮੋਲ ਅਸਟਪਦੀ ਜਾਪ ਤਾਪ ਗਿਆਨ ਸਭ ਧਿਆਨ ਖਟ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਸਿਮਰਿਤੇ ਵਖਿਆਨ ਜੋਗ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਮ ਧਰਮ ਕਿਰਿਆ ਸਗਲ ਤਿਆਗੇ ਬਨ ਮੱਧੇ ਫਿਰਿਆ ਅਨੇਕ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਕੀਏ ਬਹੁ ਜਤਨਾ ਪੁੰਨ ਦਾਨ ਹੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁ ਰਤਨਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਕਟਾਏ ਹੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਰਾਤੀ ਵਾਰਤ ਨੇਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਭਾਂਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੋਲੇ ਰਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੀਐ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਰ ਨੌ ਖੰਡ ਪ੍ਰਿਥਵੀ ਫਿਰੈ ਚਿਰੋ ਜੀਵੈ ਮਹਾ ਉਦਾਸੋ ਤਪੀ ਸਰੋ ਥੀਵੈ ਅਗਨੇ ਮਾਹੇ ਹੋਮਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਨ ਕਨਿਕ ਆਸਵਾ ਹੈਵਰ ਭੂਮੇ ਦਾਨ ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਆਸਨ ਜੈਨ ਮਾਰਗ ਸੰਜਮ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਧਨ ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਕਰ ਸਰੀਰੋ ਕਟਾਵੈ ਤਉ ਪੀ ਹਉ ਮੈਂ ਮੈਲੋ ਨ ਜਾਵੈ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਕਛੁ ਨਾਹੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਗਤ ਪਾਹੇ ਮਨ ਕਾਮਨਾ ਤੀਰਥ ਦੇਹ ਛੁਟੈ ਗਰਭ ਗਮਾਨੁ ਨ ਮਨ ਤੇ ਹੁਟੈ ਸੋਚ ਕਰੈ ਦਿਨ ਸਵਾਰੋ ਰਾਤੇ ਮਨ ਕੀ ਮੈਲ ਨ ਤਨ ਤੇ ਜਾਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੇਹੀ ਕੋ ਬਹੁ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਕਰੈ ਮਨ ਤੇ ਕਬਹੂ ਨ ਬਿਖਿਆ ਟਰੈ ਜਲ ਧੋਵੈ ਬਹੁ ਦੇਹ ਅਨੀਤੇ ਸੁਧ ਕਹਾ ਹੋਏ ਕਾਚੀ ਭੀਤੇ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਊਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਉਦਰੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਬਹੁ ਮੂਚ So going over last week, you guys could listen to this or pull up your pages and take any other extra notes you might need to, but we're just going over last week. Nau khand prithvi firai chero jiva. So nau hissiyan de vich, the 9 sections of Greater Asia. Greater Asia, one of the things I was talking to, like trying to get a deeper explanation into this. The reason he's saying Greater Asia right now is because parts of Europe and parts of Africa are kind of combined in there. But yeah, these 9 sections. So meaning the world, pretty much. If you roam around in the world, nau khand prithvi firai chiro jiva. Pame chinna kinna chir ji jave, umar kinni ho jave, ਕਈ ਜੋਗਾ ਉਮਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਮਹਾ ਉਦਾਸੋ ਤਪੀ ਸਰੋ ਥੀਵੈ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਤਿਆਗੀ ਉਦਾਸੀ ਬਣ ਜਵੇ ਵੀ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਰਾਜ ਭਾਗ ਜੇ if that individual had kingdoms or wealth or family, leave everything, even if that person left everything and became such a tapi that they become the king of tapis. ਇੰਨਾ ਤਪ ਕਰ ਲਵੇ ਤਪੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਈਸ਼ਵਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਪੀਸਵਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਪੀਸਵਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਪੀਸਵਰ ਅਗਨੇ ਮਾਹੇ ਹੋਮਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਨ, ਇੰਨਾ ਤਿਆਗੀ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਜਵੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਆ, ਜਿੰਦ ਜਾਨ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਹਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਅਰਪ ਦੇਵੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਅਰਪ ਦੇਵੇ, ਇੰਨਾ ਤਿਆਗੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ। giving themselves up to fire through havan, become, even if someone was to become such a giver, kanik, sona, aswa, hevar, ਘੋੜੇ, ਮਹਿੰਗੇ ਘੋੜੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੇ ਘੋੜੇ, ਭੂਮ ਧਰਤੀ, ਲੈਂਡ, ਦਾਨ ਕਰ ਦੇਵੇ। Even if someone was to donate billions and billions and whatever they may have, all the gold, all these horses, everything, all this land, they were to donate it. ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਆਸਨ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰ ਲਵੇ। And ਨਿਉਲੀ is that kirya that we saw, I think we YouTubed it a couple of weeks ago, and it's a practice that these individuals do for internally cleansing their body. So that's called ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਆਸਨ, and ਬਹੁਤ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਸਨ ਲਾ ਲਵੇ। ਯੋਗ ਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਆਸਣ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਸਣ ਲਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ। Even if they were to hold so many postures and do ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ। ਜੈਨ ਮਾਰਗ ਸੰਜਮ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਧਨ, ਜੈਨ ਦੇ ਮਾਰਗ ਦੇ ਤੁਰਦਿਆਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਸ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਿਨ ਸਾਧਨ ਕਰ ਲਵੇ। So walking on the path of Jainism and doing rigorous practices to control the senses, extremely hard, difficult practices. ਨਿਮਖ ਕਾਰੇ ਸਰੀਰੋ ਕਟਾਵੈ, ਇੰਨੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟੀ ਜਾਵੇ, ਥੋੜਾ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ, ਥੋੜਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕੱਟ ਲਵੇ। So even if one was to cut their body into little pieces very fast, very quickly. And here's one of the punchlines. Even if you were to do any of these things mentioned above, even then your ego will not go away. This ego that causes so much destruction, this ego that causes vitakara, that thinks that we are something and Parmeshwar is different, and this ego that brings in hate into our hearts, and this ego that says this is a friend and this is an enemy, this whole ego business, it will not go away even if you were to do all those things. What's the solution then? Maharaj gives it. Har ke naam samsare kach na hai. Naam de barabar kuch hai nahi. Like Bhagat Kabir Sahib ji said, he goes, Bhagata na chodo ram ki bhavan nindo log, main jane ho pade wo pale ho. He goes, yeah, jehde pade likhe ho pale ya change ya, main jane ho pade wo pale ho. Padve se ho pale jog. But jehde jog karde ya, ਉਹ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਵੀ ਚੰਗੇ ਆ। So yeah, people that are educated, I think they're good, but even beyond education, I believe yoga is a good practice. But then he says, ਭਗਤੇ ਨਾ ਛੱਡੋ ਰਾਮ ਕੀ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਨਿੰਦੋ ਲੋਗ, but for me, he says, ਮੈਂ ਭਗਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਦਾ। I will not leave the path of devotional love, of prema bhakti. Doesn't matter if people make fun of me, whatever people say, this is my path, this is what I do. So har ke naam samsare kach na hai, naam de barabar koi cheez nahi, koi sadhan nahi naam de barabar. Nanak gurmukhe naam jap tak gate paahe, ਇਹ ਮੁਖੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ। ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ। So obtaining this gift of naam that gets gifted to us by Guru Sahib ji. So getting this gift and repeating this gift, obtain Gate Pahe, the biggest state, the Parapti of Vaheguru Ji. All right. Today we'll move on to Manakamna Tirtha Deha Chutta, the third one. Beautiful Bani. Before we move on, let's get a little bit focused. And if we can turn our phones off, put them on silent, give yourself the opportunity to be here. Stay present with the Shabad. If the mind runs away, bring it back with love. Sikhi is not a rigorous practice in that sense, where you do X, Y, Z, and then you get the fruit. This is the fruit of doing that. Sikhi is a path of love. So you japa naam without intention. You japa naam for the purpose of japing naam. You japa naam to fall in love with the love that's within you, the love that Paramatma Ji shines a light on. So you fall in love with that Paramatma, with that essence. You fall in love through japing naam. And it's also beautiful in the sense that Maharaj gave us Gurbani and Rags. And what Rags do is they bring about different emotions. So if you're experiencing certain things in the world, you can shift that and you sit in Kirtan, you sit in Rag, you listen to Kirtan, and then different emotions will pop up. The solution to that pain comes through Rag Kirtan as well. So what Nam Japana is just an extremely powerful energy vibration that gets created. Kirtan is that same thing in a different form, in the sense that it helps you deal with emotion as well. And then you could get into deeper vichar, sabte uttam har ki katha, understanding Gurbani and what it means, and then applying it to your life. So the path of Sikhi is beautiful in the sense that it's layered. It's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer. Where, you know, you're jumping Nam from Nam. When you're jumping Nam, maybe your mind shifts off into Gurbani, a line of Gurbani. You start reading Gurbani, you're like, oh Vaheguru, oh Vaheguru. You're gonna want to say Vaheguru because it's so beautiful. The way Maharaj describes the relationship with Akal Purkh is so beautiful. And the energy and the essence and the Shakti behind Gurbani itself is immense. So it's a game that they play with Nam and Gurbani, which is the same thing, but it's just in a different form. They both play with each other. They play with each other. And the actual enjoyer of this play is the sort, is your concentration once it stays there. And that's the thing that enjoys this whole game. And from there, emotions can arise as well. Sometimes there can be no emotion as well. Just sonna samadha, right? And sometimes there can be at a depth where the second round of marriage, what we talk about sometimes, where certain individuals experience that ajap, right? And then they're sitting that, and then they're not attempting anymore. The job is doing them. The ton is doing them now. And they're just sitting and enjoying and listening, right? And this eventually moves on to the stages of Arag, realization that nothing, it's not permanent, but that state that you're in, that state becomes permanent for you. And your surroundings, you realize are not permanent. Forget your surroundings, you realize your body's not permanent either, right? But man jod gaya, man jo jodda, man jodda, then it doesn't even matter if the body, you know, once you got to leave the body, chalda theek hai, mara de pane chiya, nothing is not a big deal, right? It's okay. It's mara de pane chiya. And then obviously the fourth stage is that malap, right? That meeting that takes place. ਸੋ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੇਡ ਆ ਇਹ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਆ, ਰਾਈਟ। ਜਦੋਂ ਮਨ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਪਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਕੇ ਬਣਦੀ ਆ। ਤਾਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਇਹ ਮਨ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵੱਲ ਦੌੜੂਗਾ, ਮਿੱਠਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਖਾਇਆ ਕੌੜਾ ਉਪਜਿਆ। So you thought it was sweet, so you enjoy the pleasures of the world, but then you realize that it's kind of bitter in the end. That's not what it's about. What it's about is Nam. But yeah, Sandhya Kavandya, and doing everything, focusing on Nam. That's a path of Sikhi. It's not rigorous in the sense of there's no emotion involved. It's not this is what you do and this is what happens. It's not like a marg of yoga where you do these things, you do this, and then you do this, and then sanjam comes, and then you control, then contentment comes, then this happens. Nah, it's free flowing. We don't even talk about these things to depths like that. It's just straight love. Whatever happens, and you enjoy the experience. It's the experience of it all, and you stay in that experience, and you stay in the and when the downs come too, you enjoy those, because you realize that this is happening because these lessons are being provided for you right now. Because your guru only gives you what you're able to handle, I believe, at times. And so even if you're down right now, that's a blessing as well. Mara says ketyan dukh bhug sadamar dokh pokh, like not being fed, get mar, even getting hurt, getting hit. Even this is your gift. Even this is your gift. What a mindset. Another tenet of Sikhi, right? Viewing everything as Maharaj's hukam and viewing it as Joto the Pava Sai Palika. I appreciate it, Maharaj. Staying in Pana. So we'll japa Nam right now. Or attempt to japa Nam. And if the mind runs off, it drifts off, that's okay. Bring it back with love. Now, one of the beautiful things about this is if the mind does drift off, you can always take it to Kirtan. You could always take it to history. You could always take it to physically doing seva eventually as well, whenever you're in your own you're doing your own thing outside of these sessions and outside of any other sessions that you may do. You could always take your mind to different levels, to different places, and then eventually bring it back to Gurbani, bring it back to Nam, right? It's the man that we're trying to put the shabad on the man, right? So we want to try to control the man, trying to make it fall in love with shabad. Sometimes it needs to be yanked, sometimes it needs to be pulled. So bringing it internal, bringing it through shabad, internal through shabad. That's what we're trying to do here. So I'll say Vaheguru. If you're sitting, you're lying down, whatever position you're in, or wherever you're comfortable today, be in that position and repeat. If you repeat with the tongue, it's a little bit easier because then the mind gets distracted quicker. But if your concentration is a little bit susham in the sense that it's a little bit more focused today, you can do it internally as well, and you can hear that tone you can hear Vaheguru as well, just with your mind's voice, I guess, right? Some people may take this to a depth and they may hear the beat of their heart, and they might be doing Simran with the beat of their heart. When there's various, it depends how deep your concentration goes. There's various places you can take it. But what we'll do is I'll say and you guys repeat, and we'll listen. We'll listen to our own voices. And that is getting absorbed and bringing the mind into concentration. So here we go. Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Another great way to do Simran is to exhaust the body first and then come into concentration. So physically doing something, going for a walk, going for a hike, exercising, and when the body is kind of exhausted, the mind the mind stops running a little bit more, and then you sit and you do Simran. Even if you notice that you go on a hike somewhere, especially now it's beautiful weather, if you guys have the ability to go outside and leave your houses, going outside, going for a hike, going in nature, and then if you're a little bit tired, take a break and focus. And then you may see that your concentration shoots up quicker. It gets focused a little bit easier. For those that are dealing with anxiety, and anxiety comes on, another great tool is obviously physical activity. Another thing that we can do in terms of seva and physical activity is physically doing seva, pande manjane, mopping the floors at the Guru Kar, anything physical, because it'll take you out of your mind and it'll put you into the physical. If you're thinking, if you're worrying about something, or if you're dealing with depression or anything like that, it'll put you into the physical and you'll see tangible, like you're holding a broom, you're holding something, you're moving your body side to side. You got to pay attention outside of your own mind. And when you get a little bit tired of that, then go back towards Simran, or go back and sit in Darbar and listen to Kirtan. And then that Kirtan, whatever sort of depressive-ish situations you might be going through, or anxious situations you might be going through, that Kirtan at that time will help you deal with that. And then you can get focused, and then you can do Vaheguru Nam as well, right? So sometimes you need to go external and then come back deeper internal, especially if you get caught up in your mind too quick. And so you need to ground yourself with external things, and seva is a great way of grounding yourself. Gardening or anything like that, especially now, you're going and you want to involve that towards the save aspect, go plant flowers at your local gurukar. You know what I mean? Like do something like that. Bring the mitti and get gardening outside the gurukar. So combining that whole seva piece. And then there's obviously there's a daat there as well, right? The sangat sees you, sangat gives you blessings, sangat di daat nu mildi hai. Maharaj di daat, obviously sangat khush on you, Maharaj is khush on you, right? Maharaj di daat vi naal mildi hai. And then that slowly starts to go away, and then the man starts getting a little bit more shant and builds internally, builds stronger. But these situations of anxiety and depression and all that kind of stuff are also just tools to walk towards Shabad, right? These are depends on what level you're dealing with. These are also informative gifts to kind of knock you, you know what I mean? Like kind of like, oh, wake up, buddy. This is not the path. This is not the marg. The reason that you're, you know, the reasons that you may be going to just depressive episodes or these anxious episodes, this is the path. Come back this way. Now let's build yourself again. Let's build yourself like this, right? And the beautiful thing is that we can build ourselves back up. It's not and we can do it through Sangat, right? Mana kirpa rakhan. All right, so Manakamana Tirith Deha Chutta. Let's get our pages out and let's get to writing. Astpadi 3, it was sent out. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna post it in the group. And you can take it from there. In the chat. I'll post it in the chat right now. So if you click on this link, it'll take you to Astpadi 3, and we're starting the third Padi right now. So right after this, you'll see a 2. This is 2 right here in Gurmukhi. There's 2 in English. Right after that, you'll see these. Where are we right here? Manakamna Tirath Deha Chutta. So just come there. All right, here we go. Man is mind. Kamana is desire, ichha. Tirath, Punjabi ਆਪਾਂ ਤੀਰਥ ਹੀ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ, a place of pilgrimage. Tirath. ਤੀਰਥ ਨਾਵਣ ਜਾਉ, ਤੀਰਥ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ. ਦੇਹ, body. ਸਰੀਰ. And chutta is to release. Chutta. So mana, kamana is desire. The manda desire. Tirath, a place of pilgrimage. Deha chutta. Right, we'll move on. We'll translate the 2 lines together. This one, Manakamna Tirtha Deha Chutta, Garabo Gomano Namante Hutta. Both of these together. So Garabo and Gomano mean the same thing. They both mean ego. They both mean Hankara. Maratha says Garbo Karth hai Deh ko bin sachin mein meet. So Garbo and Gomano mean the same thing. Na means no. You guys know what man means already. It's this thing we're trying to surrender towards Shabad, bring into control. So we get to lead it, it doesn't lead us. Man. What a great tool. Man. Te. Te means from. To. Garabogomano namante, from the man. Hutta. Hatada. Talda. Lenda. Moves away. Namante hutta. Move away. Hatada. Lenda. ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਮਨ ਭਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੀਰਥ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਰਹੇ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਛਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਦੇਹ ਤੀਰਥ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਛੁੱਟੇ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੇ ਬਿਨਾ ਕੀਤੇ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਦਾ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਅਤੇ ਅਨੇਕ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਮਨ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟਦਾ ਲੈਂਦਾ So Bhagji writes here the ego of many practices. You know, there's ego here twice. So first one, he says the ego of the, like all the practices that one does, having ego of that. And then he says all other types of ego, ego for everything else. Man kamna tirth jai basyo sire karvat taraye man ki mail na utara eh bede je lakh jatan karaye. And in English we will say even if one was to go to their desired place of pilgrimage, even if they have a desire that they leave their body, meaning they die, at a particular place of pilgrimage, without Nam, ego won't leave the mind. So people used to think, and they still think, that if they leave their bodies at particular holy places, that they will gain salvation, they will get mukti. And the Kabir Sahib Ji broke that down beautifully. No, you will not. Listen, that's not how you get mukti. That's not how salvation takes place. And so, so ego won't leave the mind. And by going to all these places, tirths, ego will not leave your mind. There's no salvation there either. So manakamana, tirth dehe chutta. It's your mandi kamana, your mind's desire that your body gets released, that you leave your body at a tirth, at a particular place of pilgrimage. But that's not how it works. Even then, without Nam, ego won't leave the mind. So you still got to deal with this ego. Body or no body, you have to deal with the ego, right? Something we all have to conquer. Something we all have to control at one point. Either you come back or you do it in this life, or you start in this life, or you started before, and you keep building on it, trying to control it. Mara calls these like Mahambalis. These are the great warriors, right? This is the battle with these great warriors. Ego is one of the 5 great warriors. So Garabogama Mante Hutta. So ego won't leave the mind. even if a person has a desire to go to place of pilgrimage and they're going to leave their body there, still ego won't leave the mind. All right. सोच करे दिन सो आरो रात. सोच, we will do two arts for सोच. एक ਤਾਂ सोच हो गया worry, ਐਵੇਂ ਸੋਚੀ ਜਾਣਾ है ना. So सोच, and then one सोच, like Maharaj talks about सोचे सोच न हो जे सोची लख वार, is cleanliness. So सोच पवित्रता करी जानी. So पहला हो गया फिक्र, दूजा हो गया सोच पवित्रता. करे, does or करे. Denaso, you guys know what denaso means? It means day, like denaso. Aro, aro means and, ate. Rate. You guys know what that means? Rate means raat, night. So we'll do two translations for this. So denaso rate fikr kare. That's the first one. दिन रात बंदा फिक्र च लगा रहे, just worrying day and night. The second अर्थ, शरीर ਨੂੰ ਧੋ ਮਾਂਜ ਕੇ ਸੁੱਚ ਪਵਿੱਤਰਤਾ ਦਿਨ ਸਾਰਾ ਰਾਤ करे. So the first अर्थ, straight worrying day and night. सोच करे दिन सारा रात है, दिन सारा रात है सोच करे, worrying day and night. सोच करे दिन सारा रात है. Second up, cleaning the body day and night. So cleaning the body day and night. And the first earth we did was worrying day and night. Soch kare din so aro raat. All right, here we go. Man ki mail na tan te jaate. Man, mind. Ki of or mandi. Mail is mail. So malo is mail or filth. Na is nahi. No. Tan, you guys know what tan means? Tan means body. Te means from. To. So man ki mail, man di mail. Na, no, tan, te, from the body. Jate, jate means to go or goes, jandi. So even if you were to clean yourself day and night, when ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ ਧੋਈ ਜਾਣਾ ਮਲੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ day and night, ਮੈਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਵਾਂ, this is the way to meet Paramatma. You got to be really clean on the outside. You got to do all that. Or we can say worrying as well. ਸੋਚ ਕਰ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਰਾਤ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਮਹਾ ਪਾਪਾਂ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਔਗਣਾ ਹਉਮੈ ਦੀ ਮੈਲ ਤਨ ਮਨ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਅਨਕ ਜਲਾ ਜੇ ਧੋਵੈ ਦੇਹੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ, ਅਨਕ means a lot, like different, like a lot of ਪਾਣੀ, ਅਨਕ ਜਲਾ ਜੇ ਧੋਵੈ ਦੇਹੀ, ਜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਹੀ ਨੂੰ ਧੋ ਲਵੇ, ਮੈਲ ਨਾ ਉਤਰੈ ਸੁਧ ਨਾ ਤੇਹੀ, your man's not going to go away. You're not going to become pure by just keep on washing yourself. So even then, without Nam, the filth of sin, vikar, evil deeds, and ego will not go away from the mind and body. Right? So, soch karai dina sara raate, worrying day and night, or cleaning the body day and night. You do that, even then, without Nam, the filth of sin, vikar, evil deeds, ego will not go away from the mind and body. Nanak garib teh paya dwara. Kirtan. I'm just listening to Kirtan from the other side, and it's like it fits so well with this. All right. So even then, without Nam, the filth of sin, vikar, evil deeds, and ego don't go away from the mind and body, right? So man ki mail, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਮੈਲ ਆ, ਨਾ ਤਨ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਤਨ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਸੋਚ ਕਰੇ ਦਿਨ ਸਾਰਾ ਰਾਤ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੁੱਚ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਵੇ, clean yourself day and night. That doesn't mean your filth's gonna go away. Or you worry day and night. That's definitely not going away with worrying day and night. All right. ਇਸ ਦੇਹੀ ਕੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਕਰੇ. S means this. Dehi, body. Deh, dehi. Ko, to, janu. ਇਸ ਦੇਹੀ ਕੋ, ਇਸ ਦੇਹੀ ਨੂੰ, ਬਹੁ, many, ਬਹੁਤ. ਬਹੁ means many, ਬਹੁਤ. Sadhana is methods, disciplines. Sadhana Kara means does or kare. So is it dehi ko, this body to is dehi ko, is sarir nu bahut sadhana kare, many disciplines does kare. अमर जाने संची एह काया एह मिथ्या काची गगरी अनुसार अपनी नासवंत देही नू भुख उनिंद्रा त्रेह जोग तप दे बहुत कठिन साधना द्वारा कष्ट दे के साधना करे. All right, so subjecting the body to many disciplines: hunger, not sleeping enough, staying thirsty, doing yoga, doing tapa, and other Jainism we saw up there too, other harsh methods. So subjecting the body to many disciplines, hunger, these are just some of the disciplines, and many more. Staying Vivarta Rakhane, hunger, staying hungry, not sleeping enough, being thirsty, doing yoga, doing tapa, and other harsh methods. So ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ कष्ट दे के साधना करें. Yeah, subjecting the body to many forms of hardships here, yes. To many disciplines, which are kind of those hardships. इस देही को बहुत साधना करें, many methods. I mean, I know I'm probably being, I'm biased, but 100%, I fully believe this. Like, the path of Sikhi is like, well, how do I say this, man? It's through love, right? It's not mechanical. It's not harsh at all. It's such a loving path. It's such a it's such an emotional path. And it's easy in that sense, like, so a lot of these guys said to Maharaj at that time, we said the ghost Maharaj went and talked to all the Siddhs and stuff. They left their families, they left everything. Maharaj like, what are you guys doing? Go live with your families. Why would you not live? What are you guys trying to accomplish here? There, some stay naked. Maharaj like, wear clothes, guys. What are you doing? Oh, we're controlling our mind. We're going to focus. There's a point here. We're going to focus on the point, and we're going to control our minds like that. We're going to put a focus. I was like, do it through prema bhakt. They do it through shabd. Go serve the world. You know what I mean? Like, what are you guys doing sitting up in the mountains and just being here by yourselves? It's such a beautiful path, Sikhi. And I believe it's so much quicker in the sense to connecting the man and the shabd together, and the ability to control the man. It's so much faster than a lot of these what Maharaj is talking in this third Astpadi about, right? You'll see people standing on one leg and meditating, man. You'll see people, you go to India now, you'll still see that, right? You'll see people, they'll dig holes and they put their head in the ground and they do that. You'll see people of the Agori Panth where they, eating flesh and different things, and it's just so unfortunate, man. Like they tried, they leave everything, they leave the house, they're in search for truth, they're in search for waking their minds up, they're in search for essentially falling in love and realizing God. And but you do that at home, man. You don't need to go anywhere. Right? Like Maharaj made it so clear and so clean. Like ਤੁਸੀਂ ਘਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਵੀ ਘਰ ਘਰ ਧਰਮਸਾਲ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਨਾ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ says each and every household should be a gurdwara. You know what I mean? Because the way you guys we deal with each other within our households should be like that. That we talk, we discuss Gurbani, we read Bani, we vichar it, we understand it. You're having fun while you're doing all this. You know what I mean? You're enjoying your life while this is all going on, and that's a part of that enjoyment, that growth that takes place. No need for harshness. I mean, yeah, I guess in the sense, be harsh, like be disciplined, and like I'm gonna wake up, I'm really gonna try, and you try that, or I'm really gonna work out. I'm working out 3 days this week, and yeah, be harsh with yourselves like that. Also be gentle. Don't ever talk negatively to yourself. Don't ever hate yourself like that if you don't do it. Be kind to your heart, right? Be kind to yourself. If you want to, we talk about being kind to others, you got to be kind to yourself first too, right? Like starts with you. Starts at home, and I'm not talking about your spouse or anything. It starts with you. Or your friend or your mother or your father or whatever situation you guys may be in. Be gentle with yourselves. Be harsh in the sense that, like have your goals and have, this is what I need to do, and this is what I'm going to accomplish, and this is what I'm trying to do in this life, and for next year, this is what I'm going to do. But be gentle with yourself while you're doing it, right? Flow in emotion through Gurbani, flow in Kirtan, right? So is a dehi ko bahut sadhana kare. So subjecting this body to many disciplines. Yeah, Ravi Kaur, I hear you. Yeah, there's a lot of things that take place, right? It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, especially being born in Punjab and having that information readily available, having Sikhi in its essence, in its original form. I mean, if it's there, it's like it's so close there, but yet we got so many data going on. We got so many little places that that move away from the path of Sikhi, right? Sikhi straightforward, man. It's pretty. If you're gonna call yourself a guru of the Sikh, the first thing you do is you wake up, you japa naam. You japa naam. That's life. That's what Sikhi is, right? Sikhi 101. And then if you're doing all these other things and you're not japing naam, then, or you're not like understanding Gurbani, you're not reading it for the purpose of understanding, or you're reading it, you're not diving into Kirtan, not doing seva, helping people. Like these are some of the things that Sikhi talks about, right? Mante kabhu na bekhya tara. Mante kabhu na bekhya tara. So man is the mind, man is man. Te is to or from. Kabhu is anytime, kadepi. Manate, so manto, from the mind. Kabhu, anytime. Na, no. Bikhya. Bikhya is maya or poisonous vikar. Jair, Bhikhya is, you can say jar, right? Like poison itself. That's what bhikhya means. But poison in the sense of so maya, ogan, vikar, zahir. Poison in the sense that vikars, anything that's taking your mind towards mohankar, like, slander and nindya and hatred and any of that kind of stuff. So these poisonous things, maya. Uh, what's that? Let's see if I can find you guys a shabad. Beautiful line. Pull it up in Sikhi to the max. Maya. This is a translation of Maya. Beautifully done from Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Maharaj wrote this. Eh Maya, right? So this is Maya, by which Vaheguru Ji is forgotten. Emotional attachment and love of duality rise up or well up, right? So eh Maya, this is Maya. Jeto hare visre, anything that takes you away from Hare, anything that takes you away from Vaheguru Ji. Let's make this bigger so you guys can see that. Right? So eh Maya, this is Maya. Jeto hare visre, by which Vaheguru Ji bhul jaan. So it can be anything, really, right? Anything that makes you forget Vaheguru, that is Maya. Moho upajaya, attachment arises. Pao duja laya, and the love that you have goes away from Vaheguru and goes towards like others, meaning that you get attached to duality. It's different from Vaheguru. That's different from Vaheguru. Like, so you fall into attachment, and then you sort of attach yourself to the gifts and forget the giver, kind of thing, right? I thought it was beautiful, that translation of the definition of Maya, straight from Guru Granth Sahib. So mante kabhu na bhikhya tara. Tara means to move away or taldi. Vani also says in relation to Maya, is I think it's by Kabir Sahib Ji, might be mistaken, but he was Kabir jiso udaro teso Maya. Anyone that has a stomach has Maya. Tab chhute jab sadhu paya, Maya udo chhotdiya, this illusionary, everything illusionary pleasures and all this illusion. Tab chhute, it releases then. Jab sadhu paya, when you meet the true sadhu, when you meet Guru Sahib Ji, when you fall in love with your Guru, when you fall in love with the Shabad, that's when Maya it moves away. But kahe Kabir jis udar utte so Maya. Anyone that has a stomach has a Maya. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, but Sahib Ji writes about that too, right? So mante kabhu na bhikhya tara. So let's write this out. Let's translate this. So the line before is so dehi ko bahut sadhana kare. So subjecting the body to many disciplines, hai na? So you're doing all that, par mante kabhu na bhikhya tara. Even then, fir bhi Gur Prasad naam jape bina Maya, Augana, Vikaran di zahir kade bhi man to nahi taldi. even then. So you're doing all these things, but even then, without Naam, the poison of Maya and Vikars will never leave the mind. Trying all these methods of Galni Mardi without Naam. Ab kalu ayo re ek naam bovo bovo. The age of Kal Yuga has come. Ab hon kalu ayo re Kal Yuga aaya. The age of Kal Yuga is here. Ek naam bovo bovo. Ek jehda naam ya Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Sow the seed of that. Sow the seed of that. Anarot nahi nahi mata param pulho pulho. The season isn't for any other discipline right now. Anarot hor koi rot nahi. It's not a season for anything else. Mata param pulho pulho. Tusi mata kede param de vich polde raho. Don't stay in doubt. Don't stay in doubt. Ab kalu aayo re ek naam ho bovo. It's a time of Kal Yuga, Naam nu bijo. It's a time of Naam right now. It's the religion of Naam. It's the faith of Naam now. Mante kab ho na bekhya tara. So the poison of Maya and Vikars will never leave the mind. Jale tove bahut deh anite. Jal, water. Pani. Jal. Tove, tove, wash. Baho, bahut, many. So jale tove. Baho deh anite. Deh, you guys know what deh means? Deh means body, right? Anite is something that isn't forever. Something that is nasvant. So because it's anit, if this was neat, Sahib mera neat nawa. Neat means all the time. So if you put a in front of something, it becomes the opposite. Like akal murate. So if it was just kal would mean death. But akal means without kal, death. So anit. Something that isn't neat. Something that isn't forever. Need would be all the time. Need would be something that's not there forever. Something that's destructive. Something that's nasvant. Anite. Like a Juni is another one, right? June would mean the 84 lakh June, the life cycle. Juni would mean the one that is not in that life cycle. So jale tove bahut deh anite. Anite is something that is not forever. So we'll write these translations. Punjabi de vich aapa kavange nasvant deh nu bhaਵੇਂ jal naal bahut hi tove, right? Even if one was to wash this mortal body many times. English. So even if one was to wash this mortal body, the reason we wrote mortal here is because it's not forever. It's a destructive body. These bodies that we have. That's why we wrote mortal. This is nasvant here, something that can be destroyed. So even if one was to wash this mortal body many times. So jale tove bahut deh anit. So this anit deha, this body that's anit, even if you were to baho jale tove, jal naal bahut tove, mor ke nu dhoi jao. Yeah. Then Maharaj says, Sudh kaha hoy kachi peet. Sudh means to be pure. Koi shuddh cheez. So Sudh, pure. Kaha, where kithe, hoy is to become or hovegi. So Shuddh kahan hoye, Shuddh pure kahan where, hoye become kachi. Kachi is kachi, koi cheez kachi hove. So like unripe or unbaked, kachi ya haje cheez. You know, like roti kachi ya hai na, pakki nahi puri, like it's not done fully. Unbaked, unripe, not fully there. And pite means kand. Pite means wall. So Shuddh means pure. Shuddh kahan hoye, kithe hoye become. Kachi pite, this pite that's kachi. This wall that's like you know, like a mud wall. It's unbaked. It's not ripe. It could fall at any time. फिर भी गुर प्रसाद नाम जपे बिना कच्ची कंध वांग देह सुध किथे होवेगी. फिर भी नाम जपे तो बिना कच्ची कंध वांग देह, कच्ची कंध वांग शरीर सुध किथे होवेगी, किथे होवेगा. यथा अनेक जला जे धोवै देही मैल न उतरै सुध न तेही. Yeah, not solid. Kachi, not solid. Not fully formed, yeah. So then, even then, without Nam, how can this wall of mud become pure? In other words, how can this body become pure even if you were to wash it many times? So Shuddh kaha hoye kachi peete. Ye jehdi kachi peete ya, jehdi kachi kand ya, meaning this body, how can it become pure? By jale ਧੋਵੇ ਬਹੁ ਦੇਹ ਨੀਤ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੁੜ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਧੋਈ ਜਾਓ, ਧੋਈ ਜਾਓ, ਧੋਈ ਜਾਓ. How can it become pure? Even then, without Nam, how can this wall of mud become pure? This wall of mud refers to this body. This kachi pite. In other words, how can this body become pure, even if you wash it many times? This is Naswant, right? I talked to Janak Singh. Janak is 6 years old now. I talked to him, my son. I was like, you know, how does this body work without a battery? How is this body working without a battery? We put batteries into your toy cars and we put batteries into everything, but how is this body working without a battery? What do we do? How does it work? And then we get to the thought process of, okay, there's something at play here, and it's called the Atma, right? And then we dive into, okay, well, it's Vaheguru that's keeping this body alive, right? So Vaheguru, that's that energy source that's in this body that's making it move and making it work. Yeah, Vaheguruji creates the food and the water, and then we take that and we nourish this body. But then even with food and water, eventually this body is gonna go. So yeah, it was pretty fun having these conversations sometimes. So Shuddh kaha hoye kachi peete. Man har ke naam ki mahima unch. Man. You guys know what the man is? This monkey mind. Or sometimes it's relaxed mind. So let's put har ke together in English, है ना? And we'll just write har ke like Vaheguru Ji's. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ। ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਹਰੀ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ let's put naam ki together as well, so naams ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ's naams ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ or ਦੀ or ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ is praise or ਮਹਿਮਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ English ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ praise and ਉੱਚ means high ਉੱਚੀ so ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ mind ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ's names ਮਹਿਮਾ ਉੱਚ praise high ਮਹਿਮਾ ਉੱਚੀ ਸੋ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਿਧਾਨ ਗਰੀਬ ਨਿਵਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਮ ਪਾਕ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਜਾਮੇ ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਹਨ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ हे ਮਨ ਧੰਨ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਜਪਾ ਜਪ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਰਮ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਨਾਮ ਸੱਚੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਅਪਰੋਕਤ ਸਾਧਾਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ 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 ਹੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਹੈ So Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, oh my mind, the greatness of Gurbani Naam is much higher than any of the above mentioned methods. So man har ke naam ki mahima uuch. So the praises, the greatness of Gurbani Naam is much higher than any of the above mentioned practices or methods. ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਉੱਚ ਇਹ ਮਨ ਉਹ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਆ right ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਉਦਰੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਬਹੁ ਮੂਚ why is it ਉੱਚੀ Guru Sahib ji says here why so Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji so Nanak Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji naam is naam Gurbani ji so naam Gurbani ji udre salvation mokata patit is someone that's a sinner or mahapapi ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਪਾਪ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੀਵ ਉਹ ਹੋਵੇ patit Boho, many. बहुते patit, many. And mooch means vade or very big. Like patit, boho mooch patit, like big sinners, great big sinners like that. Many big sinners like Nanak naam utare. So har ke naam ki mahima uch, the greatness of Gurbani is bahut uchi hai. Why? Because already in English right first. The reason being because great sinners have been liberated from sin, vikar, cycles of birth and death by repeating naam. Naam udare. They've gained salvation. Udare, how? Through naam, through Gurbani, through Vaheguru Mantra. And I'll write it in Punjabi. ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਉੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਮਹਾਪਾਪੀ ਔਗਣਾ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਜਮਾ ਜੂਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋਏ ਹਨ। ਯਥਾ ਗਾਨਿਕ ਉਦਰੀ ਹਰ ਕਹਿ ਤੋਤ ਗੱਜ ਇੰਦਰ ਧਿਆਇਓ ਹਰ ਕੀਓ ਮੋਖ ਅਜਾਮਾਲੋ ਪਾਪੀ ਜਾਗੋ ਜਾਣੇ ਨਿਮਖ ਮਾਹੇ ਨਿਸਤਾਰਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਤ ਚੇਤ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਮਾਨੇ ਤੈ ਭੀ ਉਤਰ ਹੈ ਪਾਰਾ तेरे नाम आवे लंबे बहुत जन उतरे नामे की निज माते एह. So तेरे नाम दे आसरे. Here it says asara. Ave lambe means asara. That's what it says. So with the support of your naam, both udare. So because great sinners have been liberated from sins, vikar, cycles of birth and death by repeating naam. Right. So man har ke naam ki महिमा ऊंच नाम ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਆ ਵਾਹ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਉਧਰੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਬਹੁਮੂਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਪਤਿਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਮੂਚ ਪਤਿਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ sinners ਉਹ ਉਧਰ ਗਏ ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਜਪ ਕੇ right. So this is the end of 3. Next week we will start on this. बहुत सियाणप जामों का पाव व्यापा है. We have about 10 minutes. I'll play Kirtan. And we can get to writing. Unless any of you guys wanna, we can talk too if you guys want to talk for 10 minutes. I know we haven't done that in a long time. If anyone wants to say anything, we can definitely do that as well. Totally up to you guys. We got about 10 minutes. You guys can unmute yourselves or write anything if you want. Second last pankti right here. मान हर के नाम की महिमा ऊंच
ए तेरी बलिया गोविंद मेरी ए तेरी बलिया गोविंद मेरी आई परापत मानुख दे हुरिया ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇਣਾ। ਕਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਮਾਨ ਖੁਦੈਵਰੀਆ, ਭਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਮਾਨ ਖੁਦੈਵਰੀਆ, ਫਿਰਤ ਫਿਰਤ ਬਾਤੇ ਜੁਗਹਾਰਿਓ। ਸਾਹਿਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਨੌਵੀਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ, ਫਿਰਤ ਫਿਰਤੀ ਬਾਤੇ ਜੁਗਹਾਰਿਓ, ਮਾਨਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਪੈ ਕੀਟ ਪਤੰਗਾ, ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਗਜ ਮੀਨ ਕੁਰੰਗਾ, ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਪੰਖੀ ਸਰਪ ਹੋਇਓ, ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਹੈ ਵਿਰ ਬਿਰਖ ਜੋਇਓ। ਮਿਲ ਜਗਦੀਸ਼ ਮਿਲਨ ਕੀ ਬਰੀਆਂ, ਚਰੰਕਾਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਰੀਆਂ। ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਸਾਖ ਭਰਿਓ ਪਾਇਆ, ਲੱਖ 84 ਜੂਨ ਪਰ ਆਇਆ,
ਲੱਖ 84 ਜੂਨ ਪਰ ਆਇਆ।
ਚੇਤਾਈ ਲੱਖ 84 ਜੂਨ ਪਰ ਆਇਆ, ਚੇਤਾਈ ਲੱਖ 84 ਪਰਮਤਿਆਂ ਦੁਰਲਭ ਜਨਮ ਪਾਇਓ। ਚੇਤਾਈ ਤਾਂ ਚੇਤ ਭਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਮਾਨਕ ਦੇਰੀਆ, ਜਿਨ ਐਸਾ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਨਚਤਿਓ, ਸੇ ਕਾਹੇ ਜਗ ਆਏ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਇਹ ਮਾਨਸ ਜਨਮ ਦੁਰਲਭ ਹੈ, ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨਾ ਬਿਰਥਾ ਸਭ ਜਾਏ। ਚੇਤਾਈ ਤਾਂ ਚੇਤ, चेत न है तो चेत ले, निस दिन में प्राणी छिन छिन आद बिहात है, फूटे काट जो पानी। चेताई ता चेत, नानक दास तुझे समझावत, नानक दास तुझे समझावत, मन मूर्ख अजहू नहीं समझत। नानक दास तुझे समझावत, मन मूर्ख अजहू नहीं समझत। गोविंद मिलन की ये तेरी बरिया,
गोविंद मिलन की ये तेरी बरिया,
गोविंद मिलन की ए तेरी बरिया। भाई नंदलाल जी फरमाते ने, बंदा पैदा शुद्ध बराए बंदगी, बंदा पैदा शुद्ध बराए बंदगी, हुस इलाजे हस्त बहरे जिंदगी, दौलत जावेद बाशिद बंदगी। बंदगी कुन बंदगी, कुन बंदगी। चेताई ताजेत,
चेताई ताजेत,
गोविंद मिलन की है तेरी बरिया। कर बंदे तू बंदगी,
कर बंदे तू बंदगी,
बंदगी बंदे बंदगी इख्तियार। ध्यान देना, बंदे बंदे बंदगी इख्तियार कर, बंदे तू बंदगी जिचिर घट वैसा।
कर बंदे तू बंदगी जिचिर घट में था।
जो दम चित न आवई सो दम बिरथा जाए। चेताई ताजे ਜਤਾਈ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਬਹੁ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਬਹੁ ਸਿਮਰਤੀ, ਵੇਖੇ ਸਰਬ ਟੰਡੋਲੇ, ਊਜਸ ਨਾਹੀ ਹਰੇ ਹਰੇ, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਅਮੋਲ ਅਸਟਪਦੀ। ਜਾਪ ਤਾਪ ਗਿਆਨ ਸਭ ਧਿਆਨ, ਖਟ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਸਿਮਰਤ ਵਖਿਆਨ, ਜੋਗ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਮ ਧਰਮ ਕਿਰਿਆ, ਸਗਲ ਤਿਆਗ ਬਨ ਮੱਧੇ ਫਿਰਿਆ। ਅਨੇਕ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਕੀਏ ਬਹੁ ਜਤਨਾ, ਪੁੰਨ ਦਾਨ ਹੋਮੇ ਬਹੁ ਰਤਨਾ, ਸਰੀਰ ਕਟਾਏ ਹੋ ਮੈਂ ਕਰ ਰਾਤੀ, ਵਰਤ ਨੇਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਭਾਂਤੀ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤੋਲੇ RAM ਨਾਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ, ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੀਐ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਰ। ਨੌ ਖੰਡ ਪ੍ਰਥਮੀ ਫਿਰੈ ਚਿਰੋ ਜੀਵੈ, ਮਹਾ ਉਦਾਸ ਤਪੀ ਸਰੋ ਥੀਵੈ, ਅਗਨੇ ਮਾਹੇ ਹੋਮਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਨ, ਕਾਨਿਕ ਆਸਵਾ ਹੈਵਰ ਭੂਮੇ ਦਾਨ, ਨਿਉਲੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰੈ ਬਹੁ ਆਸਨ, ਜੈਨ ਮਾਰਗ ਸੰਯਮ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਧਨ, ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਕਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਕਟਾਵੈ, ਤਉ ਪੀ ਹੋਮੈ ਮੈਲ ਨ ਜਾਵੈ, ਹਰੇ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਸੰਸਾਰੇ ਕਛੁ ਨਾਹਿ, ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਗਤ ਪਾਹਿ। ਮਨ ਕਾਮਨਾ ਤੀਰਥ ਦੇਹ ਛੁਟੈ, ਘਰ ਭੋਗ ਮਾਨੁ ਮਨ ਤੇ ਹੁਟੈ, ਸੋਚ ਕਰੈ ਦਿਨ ਸੁਹਾਰੋ ਰਾਤੇ, ਮਨ ਕੀ ਮੈਲ ਨ ਤਨ ਤੇ ਜਾਤੇ, ਇਸ ਦੇਹੀ ਕੋ ਬਹੁ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਕਰੈ, ਮਨ ਤੇ ਕਬਹੂ ਨ ਬਿਖਿਆ ਟਰੈ, ਜਲ ਧੋਵੈ ਬਹੁ ਦੇਹ ਅਨੀਤੇ, ਸੁਧ ਕਹਾ ਹੋਏ ਕਾਚੀ ਪੀਤੇ, ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਊਚ, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਉਦਰੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਬਹੁ ਮੂਚ। In today's ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿਆਣਪ ਜਮ ਕਾ ਭਉ ਵਿਆਪੈ, ਅਨੇਕ ਜਤਨ ਕਾਰੇ ਤ੍ਰਿਸਨ ਨਾ ਤਰਾਪੈ, ਭੇਖ ਅਨੇਕ ਅਗਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੁਝੈ, ਕੋਟ ਉਪਾਵ ਦਰਗਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਿਜੈ, ਛੂਟ ਸੇ ਨਾਹੀ ਊਬ ਪयाले, मोह व्यापहे माया जाले, अवर कर तूते सगली जम डानै, गोविंद भजन बिनो तेलो नहीं मानै, हर का नाम जपत दुख जाए, नानक बोलै सहज सुपाए। वाहेगुरु वाहेगुरु, जिमी जमान के बिखै समस्त एक जोत है, न काट है न बाढ़ है न काट बाढ़ होत है। वाहेगुरु वाहेगुरु, ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ, ਸਰਵਣੀ ਸੁਨਣਾ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਉ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, ਸਰਵਣੀ ਸੁਨਣਾ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਉ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Netri Satguru Pekhana, Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Saravani Sonana Gorana, Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Simran is this is a gift Maharaj gives. This is a gift where you can change your mindset right away. Where if you're running or if you're lost in something and you need to balance yourself, rebalance yourself again, you could do it aksamatar if you need to. This is a gift Maharaj gives all of us. This is a gift of the followers of Vani that Maharaj provides us. And what it is, Saravani Sonana Gorana, with your Saravana, with your ears, Sonana Gorana, listen to the Naam with your ears. Netri Satguru Pekhana, with your eyes, look at your Guru, whether that's going to be Shabda Guru, whether that's going to be Vaheguru Mantra, whatever you're looking at, whether you're reading Japji Sahib, whether you're reading Sukhmani Sahib, what we're about to do now. Looking, listening, Satguru Seti Rateya, and that's how you become imbued in your Guru. That's how you fall in love with your Guru. Satguru Seti Rateya, Dargah Payatao. That's how you get that place at his dwar. That's how you become one with him. That's how you become one with the Shabd. You become that form. And this is the practice. That's the key 101. The mantra and your concentration. And that's what Sikhi is. Vaheguru Naam Japana, Sukhmani Sahib Bani Padni, Japji Sahib Bani Padni, Jehdi Marji Bani Pad lo. ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਪੂਰਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਜੋ ਧਿਆਨ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ your nerves will calm down, anxiety will sort of calm down depending on the level of anxiety. Depressive episodes, your mind might for a moment stop running back into history and might stop running and anxious thoughts into the future and might stay present in the shabd in the moment. That's what we're trying to do, increase the amount of time that the mind stays present with the shabd. And the shabd is that shakti, is that power, is that vibration that brings it all back together again. Going over last week, Manakamna Tirath Dehe Chutta. So ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਕਾਮਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਵੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੀਰਥ ਅਸਥਾਨ ਤੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਛੁੱਟੇ, may I leave my body at a place of pilgrimage. Like some people believe that if they end up in certain places, Hardwar or Kanchi or any of these places, and they leave their bodies there, they will be blessed and they will be mukt and That's not what it is, man. You can leave your place anywhere. You can leave your body at any place as long as you got shabd with you. That's what matters, right? As long as you got naam with you, that's what matters. Even if you want, even if you do that, you think you're gonna, you want to go to a tirth and you want to leave your body, ego still won't leave your mind. Ego still gonna go with you. So if it's not like we're done after this body. So if you're gonna travel, like we've been traveling for a very, very long time, like very, very long. Kai janam, kai peet patanga, kai janam, gajmeen karanga, kunne janma janma di gall hai ta. And in this lifetime, we have our names and we have these bodies, and right now they're calling this Randeep, and we're in these right now. But the ego is so barik, is so susham, that this ego is with the mind. So thinking that our bodies are going to be, that we're going to get mukt just because we're leaving our bodies at certain places of pilgrimage, that's not what it's about. It's about the man. It's not about the body. It's about the man. Obviously, you got to take care of your body. You got to be healthy. You got to be strong, because this is where your man lives right now. This is where your guru is going to come and reside. This is where the Shabda resides. So you want your body to be like strong as it can be, of course. But to think that because you're at a place of pilgrimage, but you're going to get mukta or you're going to gain salvation or something like that, no, man. Even the ego is not going to leave your mind. Forget anything else. The ego is still going to go with you. So you still got to deal with it. It's not external thing. It's the practice is all internal. It's internal. It's the game. It's an internal game. So you have to clear the man of the vices. You have to get the vices in control, and that's not in our ability. These are gifts, right? This pyala, this bata, this bowl of love, it belongs to my cousin, belongs to my Lord, belongs to Vaheguru. He gives me wishes, and you guys are right now receiving that bhatta because you guys are writing and you guys are listening to Bani. You guys practice Simran throughout your days and you guys keep it with you. So as you practice that piram pyala, that pyala of your qasam, of your love, that is, you guys are getting that. You guys are getting hit with that. You guys are getting hit with that. And your mind's waking up. Your mind's waking up. Man jage ki hai nisani laga mithi, I think I might be wrong here, laga mithi prabh ki mani, but man jagan di akel vi nishani hai. How do I know my mind's waking up? Jo bani jehdi hai mithi lagan la pave. This bani that we're reading, this bani that we're trying to grasp, when we start finding it sweet, we want to listen to it, we want to hear it, we want to flow in it, we want to understand it, we want to dive deep into it, we want it to become our saru, we want to become one with this shabd, we want to become one with this bani. So Garbhagumanam ante hutta soch kara dena swara raate. So then ta raat banda bhave sochi jave, hai na, man ki mail na tante jaate. So bhave banda sochi jave, and like like we touch upon sometimes, running into history, into our own history, causing depressive episodes, or running into the future and causing anxious episodes, right? None of these are beneficial to us unless we're trying to learn lessons from our history and trying to apply it to our current life, or we want some sort of goal setting to take place and we're trying to plan our future, and then we come back to the present moment. But then it's about execution. It's not about thinking what's going to happen at that time, how that's going to happen. It's about being prepared now and preparing yourself for those times. So life should be led in execution. Life should be led in attempt, in trying. To live in trying, Bani says. Always live in trying of Shabd with Shabd, right? Soch kare dena sara raate. Day and night, I'm going to become pure just by bathing and taking showers and all that kind of night, like day and night. I'm just going to cleanse myself. But Maharaj says, man ki mail na tante jaate. Eh jeri man di mail hai seed to kidda chal jayegi. You know what I mean? You're going to clean your body. You got to clean it at nighttime again. You can wake up in the morning, you got to clean the body again. The body's always got to be cleaned, right? But ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਮੈਲ ਆ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਜੂਗੀ? ਇਹ ਸਰੀਰ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਰੀਰ ਧੋ ਕੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਮੈਲ ਚੱਲ ਜੂਗੀ, ਇਹ ਏਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਇਹ it's only one way that ਮਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, and that's through ਸ਼ਬਦ, that's through ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ, that's through ਨਾਮ. Naam is that tool which takes out filth, right? ਭਰੀਆ ਮਾਤੇ ਪਾਪਾ ਕਹਿ ਸਾਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਨਾ ਵੈ ਕਹਿ ਰਾਂਗੇ, right? ਜੇ ਮਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੇ ਪਾਪ ਨਾਲ ਭਰੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਆਪਣੀ ਮਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁੱਠੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ, bad thoughts, evil thoughts, and doing extremely evil deeds and unfortunate deeds and all that kind of stuff, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ? It's only through shabad can we wash this mind, can we wash this the insides like that, right? So man ki mail na tante jaate is dehi ko bahut sadhana kare. It's always, I mean, it's very prevalent in India, right? Even if you go now, right? You go towards some of these tirathas, like the tiraths and stuff like that, you'll see people trying to do many different types of attempts and many different types of things to try to gain mukti, to try to make it. So is dehi ko bahut sadhana kare. So koi ਭੁੱਖਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਸੌਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ, some people ਆਪਣੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਤੜਫਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, man, ਕੋਈ ਯੋਗ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਹੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਤਪ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ, extremely harsh methods people are practicing. Maharaj made it easy, man. Maharaj made it so easy. If I just naam japo, that's it. That's all you gotta do. See, naam japo, seva karo, sangha di seva karo, serve the world wherever you can, but always practice your naam. Keep your naam in your heart. You know what I mean? Japde ida roop ho jo. So is dehi ko bahut sadhana kare. Mante kabhu na bekhya tare. So ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਆ, this poisonous ਵਿਕਾਰ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਔਗਣ ਆ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ bekhya means ਜ਼ਹਿਰ, ਇਹ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਰੂਪੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਟਲਦੀ, ਮਨ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਇਦਾਂ, right? ਕਹੇ ਕਬੀਰ ਜਸੋਦਰ ਹੋਤੇ ਸੋ ਮਾਇਆ ਤਬ ਛੁੱਟੇ ਜਬ ਸਾਧੂ ਪਾਇਆ. Whoever has a stomach has ਮਾਇਆ ਉਦੋਂ ਛੁੱਟਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਸਾਧੂ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਵੇ. ਤਾਂ ਸਾਧੂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਆ? The sadhu that we have, the sadhu, the Shabd is our sadhu, the Shabd Guru Granth Sahib Ji is our sadhu, right? ਜਾਲੇ ਧੋਵੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਹ ਅਨੀਤ, ਇਸ ਅਨੀਤ ਦੇਹੀ ਨੂੰ, ਇਹ ਅਨੀਤ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ, this ਅਨੀਤ body, ਅਨੀਤ, the one that's not forever, ਜਾਲੇ ਧੋਵੇ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ ਬੰਦਾ ਧੋਈ ਜਾਵੇ. ਸੁੱਧ ਕਹਾ ਹੋਏ ਕਾਚੀ ਵੀ, ਤੇ ਸੇ ਕੱਚੀ ਕੰਧ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੁੱਧ ਹੋ ਜੂਗੀ? So how can this wall that's like made out of mud, it's not ਹਜੇ ਪੱਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੰਧ, how can it become pure? It's going to eventually fall, right? Man har ke naam ki mahima uuch. To ਫਿਰ Maharaj once again brings it all back to that point. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੀ ਆ. ਤਾਂ see Maharaj reiterating, just teaching us in different ways. Not only us, people that follow different mats as well, Maharaj is teaching. This is information for them as well. Khatri, Brahman, Sood, Vaisa, ਉਧਰ ਸਿਮਰ ਚੰਡਾ, ਲਾਈਕ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਾ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਆ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਤਾਂ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਉੱਚ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੀ ਆ. bringing it back, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਉਧਰ ਪਤਿਤ ਬਹੁ ਮੋਚ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਪਤਿਤ ਸੀਗੇ, ਪਤਿਤ ਮੀਨਿੰਗ sinners ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਪਾਪੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਉਧਰ ਗਏ, ਜਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ sinners ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹ ਉਧਰ ਗਏ, right? So Maharaj di datya, and this whole Astpadi is beautiful in that sense. It brings different faiths, it talks about different faiths, and different types of koi hath khada karda hai, and they never bring their hand back down. They're trying to ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਦੀ ਪੂਜਾ ਕਰਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੁਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ. ਕੋਈ ਇੱਕ ਲੱਤ ਤੇ ਖੜ ਕੇ ਪੂਜਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤਪ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, right? I'm gonna make it extremely hard for my body, and then I'm gonna do ਮੈਂ ਏਦਾਂ ਤਪ ਕਰਨਾ, that maybe that devta will be happy and then devta will give me what I want. So some people pray to like Pavana Devta, some people pray to like different devtas as well, devis as well, right? But one of the differences in Guru Granth Sahib Ji is Maharaj like, why we pray to all these devtas, you know, 33 crore devta jada baitha hai. Why not praise the one that made the devta, right? Why not we just go straight to the source and praise the one straight? So let's pull our pages out and let's get writing. So we're starting party 4 today. So once again, if we all could just like put our phones on silent, stay present for this next little while that we've dedicated to our minds. Your bodies are present. Let's keep the minds present as well. And yeah, let's get writing. Mara Kirpa. Bahoto. Bahut means bahut, a lot, much. I guess we could write a lot as well. Sianap, Punjabi ja pa sianap hi kavange. English de vich we can call it cleverness. But sianap is also wisdom. You know, aapa kehde banda siana hai, that person's, you know, siana banda ya. That person's got wisdom with them. But in this context, we're talking about cleverness. Chalaki kind of thing. Bahut siana. Jam. You guys know what Jam is now. He's a messenger of death. Allah says, Jam ka thenga bura hai, wo nahi sahya jaye. The sota of Jam is extremely buraya. You can't handle that. Jam. Ka da artha pakai kar dna hai. Jam da. The Jam ka. Of the Jams. Pao, you guys know what Pao means. Pao means fear. So Pao, like this, how it's spelled here, is fear. And if we were to add a kanna right here, like this. If we were to do this. Pao, like that, that would make it love. So that is love. Pao. Pao Pagata Pukha. Govind Pao Pagata Pukha. Vaheguruji is hungry for love. Vaheguruji requires love. That's what Vaheguruji wants. And this here, Pao, is fear. So Nera Pao, without fear, and Pao with a Pabbenukanna, that would be love. Beappa means clings, attaches, lagda. So bahoto siyanap jam ka pao beappa. So Guru Sahib Ji da hukam, Guru Sangat Bandagi Simran Qurbani Parapakar Swas Swas Nam Japana Japona Pana Manana Manona Hare Chan Kamala Ch Live Launi Augan Ko Sangat Tyagani ਸੋ ਔਗਣ ਕੁਸੰਗਤ ਤਿਆਗਣੀ, ਸਤ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰਨੀ, ਦਸਵੰਧ ਦੇਣਾ ਆਦ ਇਹ ਹੁਕਮ ਨਾ ਮੰਨੇ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚੇ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਮੰਨਣ ਲਈ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿਆਣਪ ਵਰਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਮ ਕਾ ਭੌ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਜਮ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਣ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿਆਣਪ ਵਰਤ ਲਵੇ। So the fear of death clings to those that don't follow the message of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Instead, they use their own cleverness. What do they use their cleverness for? To justify not following the message. So bahut siyanap jam ka bhau vyapta hai. So someone that has a lot of siyanap, a lot of cleverness, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਮ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਉ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਿਆਪਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਆ। The fear of death, it clings to them. The ones that use their own siyanap and say, oh, why do we need to do, why this? But I don't think I need to do this. I don't think I need to do that. Instead of following the mat of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, which is Gurmat versus our own mat, apani man di mat. That's why we call it man mat. Following our own ways, which lead to, which that man mat is led by sensorial pleasures, right? That's what the man, it wants these pleasures from our senses. The verses Guru Sahib Ji breaks that cycle and puts us back on the path of concentration with Shabad, and brings starts controlling Shabd, our man. Shabd makes our man strong, and then the man starts controlling the senses. Instead of the senses kind of like controlling the man, and the man being a monkey mind and going wherever it wants. Now with the power of the Shabd, it stops being a monkey mind. Depends on the spectrum, depends where we are. It stops running, it starts being a monkey mind, and it has more control over its senses, and it chooses what it wants to do now. But it chooses based on wisdom. So the fear of death clings to those that don't follow the message of Guru Sahib Ji. Instead, they use their own cleverness to justify not following the message. Bahoto siyanap jam ka bhau vyapta hai. And what is Guru Sahib Ji's message? Seva karni, simran karna, helping others, sacrificing yourself in seva, naam with every breath, accepting will, accepting hukam, loving Gurbani, removing evil deeds, company that isn't in favor of naam, removing that company as well. Daswand dena, giving a tenth of what you made as well. Like all that falls under hukam, hai na? But like Maharaj, naam, like eko naam hukam hai. What is hukam? Bani says one naam is hukam, right? It's super clear as well. Naam is hukam. Right? Jap naam. Meditate on naam. That is the hukam. That is the command from your Guru. That's what Guru Sahib Ji wants us to do. Once again, that's a gift as well from Guru Sahib Ji. All right. And once again, I just want to say this again. If you feel like, don't ever feel like, you know what, I can't jump now. I can't, my mind doesn't sit still. I can't even sit for 30 seconds. My mind is running. I can't. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up over anything like that. It's okay, man. Like, it's a process, right? Like, no one gets their PhD in a year, right? Like, it's a process. No one goes to the Olympics and wins a gold medal in a few years. It's a long, it's a lifestyle. That's why, some people say Sikhi, this path is a lifestyle. This is a lifestyle. You want to just start applying it. You want to just start applying it to your life, and let it flourish however it flourishes, right? And if you're down for a week or a month or a year or two, that's okay too. Like that's learn from that lesson and then get back up, right? Don't stay down, get back up and fight again and fight again and fight again, right? We're in a battlefield. The world is a battlefield from that perspective as well, right? But we have the tools. We have the tools of Nam. We have the tools of writing and journaling and writing out to Guru Sahib Ji what we feel and conversating with Guru Sahib Ji. We have tools of health. We have tools of exercise. We have so many tools. We have tools of cutting out negative people from our lives and welcoming individuals that are positive, that we might want to be like, right? We have these things at our disposal. We can go out and we can mingle. COVID's over now, right? So we can actually go out and do that. And I encourage you, some of you might be fearful of stepping outside of your houses or whatever. I highly encourage you to get out and see what's out there. I mean, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? It's just Maharaj's will that's happening everywhere. So changing your lens on things. If something happened in the past, if time, give it time does heal in the sense that now you'll have a new perspective and you can look at that situation that happened and you could give a different meaning now. You could look at that situation and you could, it might have been painful at that time, but try to understand it from a different lens now and try to use it as a lesson in your life. So now you just gave that situation that took place, you gave it a whole new context, and now it's easier to move on, right? Understanding things from a different perspective. It's a tool that we have at our disposal, right? We can do that. We can change the meaning of past experiences. This is something we can do. And obviously we have, I believe in my personal life, what I think is the ultimate tool of Nam, right? There's nothing bigger than this. From here, Maharaj created Gurmukhi, man. Maharaj created a lipi, a writing. Maharaj got it from Nam. Maharaj created different rags and different instruments. Maharaj got all that from the depths of Nam. Maharaj created Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That is Nam itself. So this creativity that flows within each of us, that comes through Kala, that Kala, that Shakti comes through Nam. And so I also highly recommend you do something creative. You do something that maybe you're not used to doing, you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm way off right now. So way off Sukhmani Sahib. It's like a whole social work side that I always, I'm always in this mind. I'm always thinking like this, like get creative, you know what I mean? Like do something for yourself, get out there, explore, learn, grow, challenge yourself, right? And then obviously we have Guru Granth Sahib Ji to bring it all back, right? But don't be afraid to grow, right? Don't be afraid to challenge yourself, right? Creativity is beautiful because it releases a lot of stuff inside us as well, right? There's artists hidden inside all of us that might come out through poetry, that might come out through cinema, that might come out through art, that might come out through like talking, that might come out through going in nature and just viewing nature. It could come out in many ways. But get creative as well. I think that's a beautiful tool we have. I mean, the weather's good now. Get out there and get creative in different ways, right? See how that creativity meshes with Shabda and see what comes out of that. You never know what can flow out of that either, right? I apologize. I went way off, but Aneka jatan kare tresan na trapa. So Aneka. Sometimes I experienced once in a blue moon, I can relate, or in a podcast, Yeah, Gurpreet Jackson podcast. Oh man, agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, you guys. Yeah, something we were saying. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? We gotta get creative too, man. Enjoy life, man. So anek jatana, anek, many, aneka, anek jatan kare, tresan na trape. Anek means many, aneka. Jatan. Jatan means attempts. Yatan. Kare means did. Karke. So anek jatan kare. So anek jatan kare. Many attempts did. Tresan. Treshana. Thirst. Treha. Thirst. Treshana. Na. Na means no. Nahi. Trape means quenched. Rajati. Like fulfilled. So anek jatan kare. Tresan na trape. Many jatan attempts. Kare did. Tresan thirst. Na no. Trape quenched. So ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਤੀ ਰੱਤੀ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ ਹਵਨ ਕਰੇ ਵਰਤ ਰੱਖੇ ਕਠਨ ਤਪੱਸਿਆ ਦਾਨ ਕਰੇ ਸੋ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤਪੱਸਿਆ ਕਰੇ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਦਾਨ ਕਰੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਧੋਤਾ ਮਾਂਜੀ ਕਰੇ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਮੀਨਿੰਗ ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਅਨੇਕ ਯਤਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਭੋਗਣ ਦੀ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਜਦੀ ਭਾਵ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ The thirst of enjoying sensorial pleasures does not get quenched. So where were we? Right here. बहुत सियाणप जमका पाओ भी आता है अनक जतन का तृष्णा तरप है and then we're going to go to okay so anak jatan kare tresana na tarap hai so this trishna the enjoying of these sensorial pleasures it doesn't get quenched by doing all these yatans that we talked about in the first 3 parties, right? By cutting our body into small pieces and offering it in havan, offering it in fire, to fire, keeping fast or offering it to any Devi Devta through havan, through fire, or to the Devta of fire at that time. Keeping fast, practicing harsh disciplines, donating, just cleaning the body. The thirst of these pleasures, they don't get quenched. संतोख नहीं होता बंदे ਨੂੰ beautiful line बिना संतोख नहीं को राजा without contentment no one will ever be fulfilled without contentment no one will ever be fulfilled because this man just be like bring it let's go yeah ਹੋਰ ਲੈ ਹੜਦਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੜਦਾ अनेक जतन करे tresana na trape. Yeah. एक अनेक आगने नहीं बुझे. Beautiful lines. एक दिखाए जगत को लोगन को वसकीन. Big religious clothes. Big meaning changing yourself, like koi big tar lena, like being in the land of Christians becoming Christians, being in the land of Hindus becoming a Hindu, being in the land of people that follow Islamic Math and becoming a Muslim. Wherever you are, just you know what, like just to appease everyone, just to might not believe in it, but doing it to appease people, doing it to maybe gain material wealth at that time as well, doing it to maybe fit in or whatever it is. Big. Anek. And this, yeah, big, anek, many, anek. Agane. Agane means fire. Ag. Nahi means no. Nahi means nahi. Bujja means bojdi or extinguish. So pekh anek agane nahi bujja. Pekh meaning religious clothes or garments or taking on the popular mat of the time of the day. Anek, many. Agane, fire. Not nahi. Bujja, extinguish. So Guru Seva Bandgi Kripa Kurbani to bina Ganga gaye Ganga Ram, Jamuna gaye Jamuna Das, meaning you go to the Ganga, you become like the people that praise to the Ganga. You go to Yamuna, you become like, oh yeah, I'm a servant of the Yamuna Nadi now. ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਖੀਰ ਪੂੜੇ ਛਕਣ ਲਈ ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਭੇਖ ਧਾਰ ਲੈਣਾ. ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਧਨ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਠੱਗਣ ਲਈ ਦੰਭ ਪਖੰਡ ਦੇ ਅਨੇਕ ਭੇਖ ਧਾਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਈਰਖਾ, ਲੋਭ, ਫੈਸ਼ਨ, ਹੰਕਾਰ, ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ, ਵਿਕਾਰ, ਕ੍ਰੋਧ, ਮੋਹ ਆਦਿ ਦੀ ਅਗਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੁਝਦੀ. ਯਥਾ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਰਾਗ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਤੀਜਾ. ਬਹੁ ਭੇਖ ਕਾਰੇ ਪਰਮਾਈਐ, ਮਨ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਕਪਟ ਕਮਾਏ, हरे का महलो न पावे, मरे विष्टा माहे समाए. बहुते भेख करे पेख भेख तारी, अंतरे तृष्णा फिरै अहंकारी, आप न चीनै बाजी हारी. Meaning, so the agane of, so the fire of jealousy, greed, ego, anger, attachment does not get extinguished by wearing religious clothes, right? So, pekh anek agane nahi bujha. Doesn't matter how many types of different religious clothes you can do, all different types. You can become religious, all these religious clothes you can wear. It doesn't mean that your jealousy, your greed, your ego, your anger, your attachment is the fire of all this is going to get extinguished. Once again, it gets extinguished with Nam. So pek anek agne nahi bujha hai. And here, obviously, you guys can add any type of fire that's going on with you guys in your current lives right now, right? Just by wearing religious clothes doesn't mean that this fire goes away. Ek anek agne nahi bujha. All right. Kote upav dargah nahi sijha. All right. So kote means millions, karoda. Upav means attempts or yatana. Dargah, Sachkhand, Satasangat, all a creation. So Kot Brahman di Rachana, Satsangat, Sachkhand. The reason Dargah is here is said to be all creation is because the person writing Bhagaji and these when they're writing these things, they'd say that, you know, Waheguru is everywhere. So Waheguruji's court is everywhere. So how, yeah, it's all a creation. You can say all creation, right? Kota Brahmana Rachana. Yeah, you can say Sangat, you can say Sachkhand, but there's no place where Vaheguruji isn't. So everywhere is Dargah. Everywhere is their place. Nahi, no, nahi. So Sijjana is to be successful. To be successful at something. But in this context, what we're saying is to be accepted, meaning to gain salvation. So from success comes salvation, right? So let's do the arts first. So Sijja, successful, salvation, accepted. Punjabi de vich apaਂ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਮੁਕਤ ਜਾਂ ਪਰਵਾਨ. So ਪੁੱਠੇ ਲਮਕਣ ਅੰਨ ਤਿਆਗਣ, ਅੰਨ means food. ਪੁੱਠੇ ਲਮਕਣ ਅੰਨ ਤਿਆਗਣ ਕਠਨ ਤਪ ਦੇ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਯਤਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਗਾਹ meaning ਕੋਟ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਰਚਨਾ meaning ਸਤ ਸੰਗਤ meaning ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਚ ਸਿੱਝੈ ਮੁਕਤ ਪਰਵਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ. Right? So by doing all this, ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੇਵਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਤੋਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਉਹ ਖਾਲੀ prem beno tehe teri tano charo. So without prem, without love, person's empty inside. This is a key ingredient to everything, prem, right? So andaro khali prem beno, tehe teri tano charo. So if we do that in English, we would say, so even by hanging upside down, not eating, doing millions of harsh stops, etc., one does not get accepted into the court of Vaheguruji. So one is not Sijja, one is not successful being accepted. So one does not get accepted. So one is not successful, meaning that they do not get accepted into the court of Vaheguruji. And if you're in the court of Vaheguruji, obviously you get salvation as well, right? So kote pav dargah nahi sijjai. So by doing millions of different types of attempts, you do not get accepted into the court of Vaheguruji. So kote pav, millions of attempts, dargah, Sachkhand, the court of Vaheguruji, all of creation, because Vaheguruji is everywhere. So the dargah translated from that perspective, but dargah is like a place, they would say, traditionally it would be like a place where Vaheguruji resides, but Vaheguruji, where Vaheguruji is everywhere. Nahi, no, sijja, successful. So that not being successful in making it to dargah, meaning not being accepted, meaning not gaining salvation. So even by hanging upside down, not eating, doing millions of harsh stops, etc. The arth is right here. One does not get accepted into the court of Vaheguruji. By doing karona, millions of these types of attempts. All right. Chuta se nahi, ub ayale. Chuta se means release, chota jana. Chuta se, chacha chuta se. Sase pair bindi would be shoota se. This is chacha chuta se. Nahi, no. Ub means up. Ucca. Payale means patal. So patal. Neither regions. Chuta se nahi ub payale. So this is like going downwards. This is going upwards. This can be like the heavens, you can say as well. Ub just means going up, but you can take it like that. Payale means towards the hells. Payal is, I believe we talked about this in Chopai Sahib. Atala Rasatala Naraka. And this one was Payal is like the seventh hell or whatever. So it's one of the neither regions in different dimensions that our bodies can't see, our eyes can't see. So, but that's what Patal is. It's a realm below Earth. Yeah, so that's what I have written here as well. It's in a different dimension. It's also known as seventh house. Seventh house. I think we spoke about this in Chope Sahib or the first Astpadi. I remember talking about Atal, Rasatal, and all these, and then we talked about the heavens as well, what they were. I think we named them. So let's translate this. So ਭਾਵੇਂ ਰਾਕੜ ਤੇ ਚੜ ਕੇ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਆਕਾਸ਼ਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਉੱਚਾ ਚੜ ਜਾਵੇ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਪਤਾਲ 'ਚ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਪਰੋਕਤ ਕਠਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਠਨ ਸਾਧਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੇਵਾ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਤਨ ਮਨ ਮਾਇਆ ਮੋਹ ਜਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਛੁੱਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ. Meaning, so a person can go as high in the sky or as low as the Patal region. He or she will not be released by doing the above mentioned practices. So Payane, Patal, nether regions. So one can go as high in the sky or as low as a Patal region. He or she will not be released by doing the above mentioned practices. छूट से नाही ऊब पयाल, भावें उत्ते चले जावे, भावें थल्ले पयाल, भावें उधर थल्ले नूं चलिया जावे, बंदा इदां नहीं छुटदा. Yeah. So I have my own note here for this line. It says, meaning the person cannot escape, get mocked even by going to the heavens or the neither regions. It doesn't mean that you're going to get mocked, right? Chuta se nahi ub ayale. So one can go in the sky or one can go down low. Doesn't matter where you go, you will not be released by doing these above practices. And why is that? Because mohe beapahe maya jale. Because moho, still, moh is attachment. So heavens doesn't mean salvation. No, heavens doesn't mean salvation. Heaven is just well, it depends what type of mukti you're talking about. Heaven is just another realm, right? It doesn't mean that that's eternal. That's not eternal. If we look at Brahmpuri, Shivpuri, Indrapuri, all these puriya, where that is a type of salvation, where you go there, but they're limited in time as well. Everything's kal devasya sara, samay devasya sara. So no, these aren't eternal things. Shivpuri is not eternal. Brahmpuri is not eternal. Vishnupuri is not eternal either. All these places of they go there. ਵੈਸੇ ਤਪੋ ਰਾਜ ਰਾਜੋ ਨਰਕ ਮਤਲਬ ਤਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਦਾ, ਰਾਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਨਰਕ ਚ ਡਿੱਗਦਾ। all these ਦੇਵਤੇ, ਇੰਦਰ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਹੋਣੀ 33 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇਵਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਇੰਦਰਪੁਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, they stay in ਇੰਦਰਪੁਰੀ and Indra is the king of the devte. But once again, that is also limited, that they are in the cycle of they are in the cycle as well. They have lives as in the sense of they will perish as well. So they're not limited. I mean, they're not like eternal or anything like that. So mohe vyapahe, mohe attachment, vyapahe attaches. Entangles, meaning entangles. Vyapada lagda, lag reha hai. Vyapahe, vyapada. चीज कोई व्याप गई, कोई चीज पै गई, कोई something attaches to that individual, or but here we're talking about moh व्याप है. Maya. Maya is Maya. It's like an illusionary doubt. It's doubt because of illusion. So remember we translate, I think we did it last week, but this is Maya by which Vaheguruji is forgotten. Attachment arises and love of duality attaches. So attachment gets created, Vaheguruji gets forgotten, attachment gets created, and then the love for duality comes and resides within. That is Maya. So it's a doubt. Is this illusionary doubt? The doubt's real, but it's about this illusion. Jal is jal, net. Like a net, like, you know, like a fisherman net, like that. Mohe vyapahe maya jale. Attachment, vyapahe, attaches, entangles. Maya, Maya is Maya. Jale is the net of Maya. ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਮੋਹੇ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਮੋਹੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਇਆ ਦਾ ਜਾਲ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਜਾਲ 'ਚ ਫਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਯਥਾ ਮੋਹ ਚੀਕੜੇ ਫਾਥੇ ਨਿਗਰਤ ਹਮ ਜਾਤੇ, ਹਰੇ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਪਕਰਾਏ ਜੀਓ, ਹਰੇ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਪਕਰਾਏ ਜੀਓ। ਪਾਲਚੇ ਪਾਲਚੇ ਸਗਲੀ ਮੁਈ ਝੂਠੈ ਧੰਦਾ ਮੋਹ, ਇੱਕ ਸੋ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨੋ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਖੋਹ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨਾ is nothing, ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਖੋਹ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਪਲਚੇ ਪਲਚੇ ਸਗਲੀ ਮੁਈ ਝੂਠੇ ਧੰਦਾ ਮੋਹ। Because, so let's go back here. So one can go as high as in the sky or as low in the patal region. He or she will not be released by doing the above mentioned practices, because the net of attachment is still entangling the individual. The individual is caught in the net of illusionary doubt. The individual is caught in the net of Maya. Sukhpal Singh, could we also describe jal as webbing, as a spider creates a web to trap? That's interesting as well. Ja. This is where Sukhpal right here. What do these lines mean to me? Write it out, man. Write it out. Because the net of attachment is entangling the individual. Mohe vyapahe, maya jale. The individual is caught in the net of illusionary doubt. All right. Avar kartu te sagli jamo danna. Avar, others, hor. So other and hor, avar. Avar. Kartute, you guys know what kartut means? Dadi used to say to me, kartuta kari janda hai. So doings or actions or karni kamai. Like that word kartut. Avar kartut, doings, actions, karni kamai. Sagli is all or sari. Jam. We should start writing jam from now, right? You guys get jam. Danna means done or punish. Avar kartu te sagli jamo danna. So nishkam seva, guru bhagati, katha kirtan, sikhan sikhaun, naam japan japaun, ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਹੋਰ ਕਠਨ ਸਾਧਨ ਦੇ ਮੰਦ ਕਰਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਭੈੜੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਮੋ ਦੰਡ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਯਥਾ ਜੀਰੇ ਓਲਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਾ ਓਲਾ means support so jire talking to the soul or the man we can say here jire ਓਲਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਾ support is of the ਨਾਮ ਅਵਰੋ ਜੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਕਰਾਵਨੋ ਤਿੰਨ ਮਹਿ ਭਾਉ ਹੈ ਜਾਮ ਕਾ everything else you do ਅਵਰ ਜੇ ਕਰਨ ਕਰਾਵਨੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਤਿੰਨ ਮਹਿ ਭਉ ਹੈ ਜਾਮ ਕਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਮ ਦਾ ਭਉ ਆ there's fear of death in everything else but jire ਓਲਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਾ the support is only of ਨਾਮ So other than Nam, the messenger of death punishes those that practice many harsh disciplines and do evil deeds. So all the kartuta that people do, avar kartu, all the other kartuta that people do besides Nam, because jire ulla Nam ka, avaro je karna karavano, other than that, then hepa hai jam ka. This is yatha, this is just proof of the translation. So other than Nam, the messenger of death punishes those that practice many harsh disciplines and do evil deeds. Jire ulla naam ka. So avar kartut is sagli jamondana. Avar, other, kartut, kartuta, sagli, sariya, jamondana, jamondana dandaya. So all other actions, the messenger of death punishes. Jire ulla naam ka. Govind bhajan meno telo nahi manna. Well, here's proof, I guess, of that as well. So Govind, nurturer of the world, meaning Vaheguru. Go Tarti De Vind Palakar, Nurturer of the world. Akal Purkh Ji, Vaheguru Ji, Govind Ji. Bhajan is bhajan or worship. Govind bhajan beno. Beno means without. Tel. Tel means sesame seed, like a tel. Pagaji wrote here thoda matarvi, just like a very small amount. Just went straight to the point, like just something that's very small. Tel. Na nahi. Manna means to accept or manda. So, avar kartute sagli jam dana hai. Govind Bhagat Beno Telo nahi manna hai. Akal Purkh Dhan Satguru Sahib Ji de bhajan simran prema bhakti to bena. Beno or bina. So Vaheguru Ji de simran to bina. Jam thode matar bhi nahi manda. Hai hai bahudi bahudi dohai karde nu bhi ठोकी ही जाता है. Meaning, without the loving worship of Vaheguru Ji through Naam. So, Govinda Bhajan Beno. Without that, Telo nahi manna. That jam doesn't accept the individual even a little bit. One is beat even while crying and begging. So obviously the Atma goes and Utte Dukh Milda. So our kartute sagli jamo danne. Baki kartuta ne jam dan dindaya. Govind bhajan beno. Govind bhajan, yes. Without Govind bhajan, telo nahi manne. Thoda ja bhi kisi nu koi jam manda nahi phir utte. So without the loving worship, without prema bhakti of Vaheguru Ji, the jam doesn't accept the individual even a little bit. The individual gets beat, even while begging and crying. So Govind bhajan beno telo nahi manna. Right? Har ka naam japat dukh ho jaye. I think we have a mistake here. Should be har ka naam. Maybe your guys' documents as well. Har ka naam jab dukh ho jaye. Let me just verify that. Yeah, Hare ka naam japat dukh ho jaye. Hare ka naam manokar japat dukh ho kakinokar jaye. Yeah. All right. So Hare ka is just in Gurmukhi, I think it was. So Vaheguru Ji's will right here. Haraka will put together. In Punjabi will just write Haraka like this. Vaheguru Ji da, Vaheguru Ji ka. All right, so Vaheguru Ji's Har Ka Naam. Vaheguru Ji ka naam, naam is naam. Vaheguru Naam, Gurbani Ji. Japat, repeat, japate. Dukh, suffering or dukh. Jai, chaliya janda, goes away. So Har Ka Naam, Vaheguru Ji's naam, japat, repeat, japadeya. Vaheguru Naam, Gurbani, japadeya. Dukh ho jaye. We'll do the next line. We'll do these lines together. Nanak bola, Sahaj so pai. Sahaj, what a beautiful state. Sahaj, beautiful state. Nanak, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Mahalla Panjava Sahib Ji. Mahalla just means body, the fifth body. Bola, speaks, forma rahe ne. I always have a hard time translating this word. We write with ease, but I feel like this is something that comes about in an individual like through practice and through a lot of internal growth. And I think what they feel at that time, a state of Sahaj is, yeah, it's ease, but it's beyond ease, I think, man. So Bhagavad writes this as Shanti, Tiraj, Santokha. So it has aspects of contentment in there, aspects of patience, has aspects of Shanti, peace, Sahaj, Sahaj. Sopai means sopai in a great manner, Sresht Bhavana. So sad, a natural state, kind of without pre-thinking about answers, just being in the moment and staying in the moment and not having prepped and just knowing and being in the flow of things and staying present with the flow. A state once you're merged with Vaiguruji, a state where one does not alter anymore. There's no shake. The person doesn't fall off their beliefs anymore. A person's heart can't be shaken at that time. A state of Sahaj, when I view it, when I think about it, I view people like Bhai Singh Ji, getting cut piece by piece. They want to start at his wrist, and he's like, no, your order is to cut me piece by piece, start at my fingertip. That is a state of Sahaj. Panje Pasha is sitting in boiling water, going themselves. Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, for the Kashmiri Pandits saying, okay, you know what, yeah, I'll be there, and giving his head in a state of ease. There's no shake in the heart. It's like, Chalda, it is what it is. Let's go, right? A state of ease, a state of, I don't know, I think a state of like pure bliss as well. A state of presence, a state of being with the truth and being unshaken. by anything that comes about. But if we're saying on the spectrum of Sage, yeah, like a sense of ease, everything, you know, everything slows down for a person. You know, you start viewing things in a different light. You start seeing things differently. I stayed in the moment with full clarity and truth. So Nanak bole sahaj sapai. I'm gonna write this in Punjabi, but this one's gonna be a bit long. So har ka bilovna, biloho mere pai, sahaje biloho, jaise tato na jai. So you're gonna do Vaheguru Mantra, you're gonna say Vaheguru Mantra, har ka bilovna, biloho mere pai, but sahaje biloho. Do it with ease. Jaise tata na, don't lose the essence. Don't lose the tata. Jaise tata na jai. Sahaje so pai bole hare bani. So just in ease, in a natural state, not pre thought out, nothing like that. Just sahaje so pai. Bole har bani bani bol deya anusar, like, you know, Panje Pashi, you know, Turki bani ai, you know, by Guru Nanak Sahib ji talking to Pai Mardana ji, Mardana Ravab Chakko, Mardana ji Ravab Chakko, bani ai ya, right? Like I'm about to speak bani now, pick up your Ravab, let's go. So Vaheguru Satguru Nanak Dev Mahalla Panjwa Sahib Ji Shanti Tiraj Santokh, meaning contentment, Sresht Bhavna, with full devotion naal farma rahe han. He Pai, ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਮ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਅੱਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਰੂਪ ਮੰਨ ਕੇ ਸਹਜ ਚੂਪ ਸਹਜੇ ਹੀ ਜਪਨਾ। ਮੈਂ ਸਹਿਜ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ they're enjoying the nectar and sahaj. They're jumping naam and sahaj anusar sahaj ਧੀਰਜ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਮਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਜਪਦਿਆਂ ਹੀ, by being one mind with the shabd and then meditating on it. ਭਾਵ ਅਕਸਮਾਤਰ ਸੀਗਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ, ਜੰਮਣ ਮਰਨ ਦਾ, 84 ਦੇ ਗੇੜੇ ਦਾ, ਔਗਣਾ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਜਮ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. So all this ਦੁੱਖ of we're talking about here, ਹਰ ਕਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਦੁੱਖ ਜਾਏ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ। ਯਥਾ ਅਨਬੋਲਤ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਿਰਥਾ ਜਾਨੀ, ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਾਇਆ ਦੁੱਖ ਨਾਠੇ ਸੁਖ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਏ। ਆਨੰਦ ਆਨੰਦ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਇਆ, ਆਨੰਦ ਨਾਲ ਰਸ ਕੇ, means getting intoxicated, ਬਾਹ ਪਕਰੇ ਕੱਢ ਲੀਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ, ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਅੰਧਕੂਪ ਤੇ ਮਾਇਆ, ਕਹ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੋਰੇ ਬੰਧਨ ਕਾਟੇ, ਬਿਛਰਤ ਆਨ ਮਿਲਾਇਆ। So in English we would say, in a state of ease, patience, contentment, and with great intention, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, obeying each word of Gurbani Ji as your Guru, repeating Naam in a state of ease, patience, and firmness, the pain of separation from Vaheguru Ji, the pain of birth and death, all types of pain go away. So we were here. ਹਰ ਕਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਦੁੱਖ ਜਾਏ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਦੇ ਆ, ਸਾਰਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ। ਨਾਨਕ ਬੋਲੇ ਸਹਜ ਸੁਭਾਏ। ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ is speaking in ਸਹਿਜ ਸੁਭਾਅ, but Maharaj is also saying ਸਹਿਜ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਨਾਲ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜੋ, obeying each word of Gurbani as Guru, repeating ਨਾਮ in a state of ਸਹਿਜ, in ਸਹਿਜ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਨਾਲ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਦੁੱਖ ਸਾਰਾ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਦੁੱਖ ਸਾਰਾ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। Meaning, be present with Naam, be present with your love, be present in the moment with it, enjoy it, be there, be one with it, be patient with it, be patient with your mind if it's not present. And stay and enjoy, right? Nanak bole sahaj supai. All right, guys. That was that. Next week, चार पदार्थ जे को मांगे धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष, these are चार पदार्थ Maharaj going to talk about. So जे कोई चार पदार्थ चाहता साध जना की सेवा लागे. So we'll get into that. What is that? I think that's the start of the fifth. Yeah, start of the fifth. We're halfway through the third as well. Mara Kirpa. So I'll play some Kirtan if you guys want to get writing or whatever you guys want to do. Continue on writing even after we end this session or whatever you guys got to do. Mara Satta Mara Kirpa. See you guys next week. Enjoy the weather, man. Get out. Go outside, man. Enjoy the weather. Go in nature. Play money while you're there. Play some Kirtan, play some tracks. Go write in nature. Go draw in nature. Explore, stay with Sheldon, stay present with Sheldon. That's where it's at, man. I'll see you next week. Why'd you call it so?
लख 84 जून भरवाया चेताई लख